Chapter 9:37. Shenzong didn't feel the terrifying pressure because all of it was shouldered by the three elders. Otherwise, this kind of pressure would be too strong. Even an ordinary profound sky realm expert wouldn't be able to endure it, let alone an earth spirit realm expert. Although he did not directly feel the terrifying pressure, Shenzong could imagine it. Seeing that Sword's sovereign Azure Dragon was at a disadvantage, Shenzong could not help but feel anxious. He clenched his fists and thought quickly. Was there anything he could do to help? But no matter how he thought about it, Shenzong could not think of anything. He could not help but feel a deep sense of helplessness in his heart. In the end, he was only in the Earth spirit realm. Both sides in this battle were at the limit of the profound sky realm. Their strength was not something he could compare with. It was like comparing a firefly to the sun. Subconsciously, Shenzong's eyes landed on the long sword in Sword's sovereign green dragon's hand. It was undoubtedly an upper-grade spiritual weapon. However, Shenzong felt that it wasn't a top-notch upper-grade spiritual weapon, but an ordinary one. Sword's sovereign Azure Dragon's strength was stronger than his own master, the Lord of Mount Ashen Feather. But the spiritual weapon he used was not as good as the Lord of Mount Ashen Feather. Of course, the reason why the Lord of Mount Ashen Feather possessed such a top-grade spiritual weapon was because of his identity. The Lord of Mount Ashen Feather was the heirloom of Mount Ashen Feather. The spiritual weapon that the Lord of Mount Ashen Feather usually used was also an ordinary high-grade spiritual weapon. A top-grade spiritual weapon was usually in the hands of an emperor or in a large force. It was an important heirloom. Senior Sword Sovereign, take this. Shenzong immediately transmitted a message to Sword's sovereign Azure Dragon. Sword's sovereign Azure Dragon reacted the moment he heard Shenzong's voice. He saw a streak of fiery red flowing light shooting towards him like a meteor. With Sword's sovereign Azure Dragon's eyesight, he could naturally see that it was a sword. A long sword with a fiery red scabbard. The sword was filled with an aura fluctuation. It was the fluctuation of a high-grade spiritual weapon. Reaching out with his hand, the Starfire's spiritual sword landed in his hand. The Azure Dragon's Swordmaster's expression changed abruptly. Without a doubt, Master Swordsman Azure Dragon was an expert in the way of the sword. He had immersed himself in the way of the sword for over 1,000 years and had a unique and profound understanding of the sword. The moment the Starfire's spiritual sword entered his hand, Master Swordsman Azure Dragon judged that this was a superior spiritual sword and was even better than his own Azure Dragon's spiritual sword. Instantly, Sword's sovereign Azure Dragon put away the Azure Dragon's spiritual sword and unsheathed the Starfire's spiritual sword with his right hand. It was as if a stream of fire had struck out, shaking the heavens and the earth. Blazing sword light soared into the sky. A top-notch upper-grade spiritual sword. After confirming, Sword Lord Green Dragon was shocked. Maniac, who was high up in the air, was also shocked when he felt the shocking aura. It was actually a top-notch high-grade spiritual weapon. With his sword in hand, Sword's sovereign Green Dragon was in high spirits. A good sword could significantly increase the strength of a sword cultivator. With this sword in hand, Sword's sovereign Green Dragon swung his sword. The crimson sword light tore through the sky and transformed into a huge Azure Dragon that soared into the sky. This Azure Dragon was different from the previous Azure Dragon. Although its entire body was green, its back and limbs were burning with blazing flames. It burned fiercely and burned everything. Its open mouth was constantly spewing out flames, and its eyes were like two blazing suns. This Azure Dragon's might was several times stronger than before. At Sword's sovereign Green Dragon's level, a 10% increase in strength was already terrifying, let alone an increase of more than 10%. Maniac was shocked, but he did not dodge. Holding his sword with both hands, he slashed down from above. Berserk Slash. The name was very ordinary, but it was the embodiment of Maniac's life's essence of the way of the sword. The slash was extremely violent. Dragon dominates the 9 heavens. Sword's sovereign Green Dragon swung his sword again. The Azure Dragon that was burning with crimson flames soared through the sky. Under the intense collision and friction, countless sparks burst out. Among the sparks, there were streaks of extremely terrifying blazing lightning arcs that were as thick as strands of hair. It was as if everything in the surroundings had turned into nothingness. The sound of the sword and saber clashing was extremely sharp. Maniac's eyes were spitting fire. He was extremely furious. He had already gained the upper hand. Even if he could not kill Sword Sovereign Green Dragon, he could still injure him. Unexpectedly, Sword Sovereign Green Dragon had obtained a top-notch upper-tier spiritual sword. His strength had increased, and he had closed the gap between their strength. And the person who gave Sword Sovereign Green Dragon the top-notch upper-tier spiritual sword was the person he wanted to kill. He was even more furious. Berserk Slash, Descent of the Heavenly Dragon. With a top-notch upper-tier spiritual sword in hand, Sword Sovereign Green Dragon was extremely carefree. A good sword required a sword expert to fully unleash its power. On the other hand, a good sword could also allow a sword expert to fully unleash his abilities. Every time he brandished his sword and executed a move, his strength will be fully displayed. This feeling intoxicated Sword Sovereign Azure Dragon. In terms of the control of the heavenly veins, he was not as good as Maniac. However, Maniac had yet to be crowned as an emperor. Therefore, there was not a qualitative gap between them. The power of a top-notch upper-tier spiritual sword was enough to bridge this gap. Of course, if Maniac also had a top-notch upper-tier spiritual sword, this gap would still exist. Unfortunately, he did not. The Extreme Sky Association could see that Sword Sovereign Green Dragon had turned the tables and could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. On the other hand, the Skyscraper Association side was livid. If Maniac could not defeat Sword Sovereign Green Dragon, then the Skyscraper Association and the Extreme Sky Association would not be able to determine the victor. If a battle were to break out, both sides would inevitably suffer great losses. The Skyscraper Association was arrogant and unscrupulous, but the premise was that they could not die. In other words, they had to ensure their own safety before killing. Otherwise, if they still attacked knowing that they would die, then they would not be unscrupulous but foolish. Thousands of meters in the sky, two figures clashed again and again with their swords and sabers. Every time they collided, a terrifying power would surge out, and countless ripples would spread out like exploding star rings. Under everyone's gazes, crimson rings of stars exploded one after another in all directions. The exploding rings of stars were incomparably vast. Everywhere they passed, everything was bombarded into powder. Thousands of meters away, everyone couldn't help but tremble in fear. They hurriedly retreated even further. Boom, boom, boom. Saber light and sword light leaked out and slashed down from the sky, scaring everyone into retreating again. Let's go. Elder Sue of the Extreme Sky Association made a prompt decision. At this time, they were already quite far away from the Skyscraper Association's experts. Under Elder Sue's command, everyone boarded their flying spiritual tools. No one could interfere in the battle between Sword Sovereign Azure Dragon and Maniac, so they might as well take advantage of this opportunity to leave while the Skyscraper Association could not do anything. Seeing the Extreme Sky Association's experts enter their flying spiritual tools one after another, the Skyscraper Association's experts wanted to intercept them. However, the sword light and saber light in the sky made them not dare to act blindly without thinking. The battle between Maniac and Sword Sovereign Azure Dragon was incomparably fierce. It had already reached its climax, and the saber light and sword light that leaked out were completely ignored. The ground below was constantly broken open, turning into a desolate land. White Cloud's flying spiritual tool rapidly took off, and in just a few breaths of time, it erupted with astonishing speed and disappeared in the blink of an eye. After another 15 minutes, Sword Sovereign Azure Dragon's sword slashed out, transforming into a 200-meter-long scarlet flame Azure Dragon. Its entire body was burning with heaven-burning flames, and it bombarded the sky with an earth-shattering roar. This was Sword Sovereign Azure Dragon's strongest sword move. Maniac's expression was grave. The 200-meter-long scarlet flame Azure Dragon made him feel threatened. Taking a deep breath, a storm was born and extinguished, and the whistling sound was earth-shattering. He poured all of his strength into the huge berserk blade. Then, the berserk blade slashed through the air. Boom! The huge saber light seemed to cross the sky, and the saber shadow was shocking. The huge saber light collided with the scarlet flame azure dragon, and the aftermath was earth-shattering. Cracks were everywhere, and each crack was tinged with a trace of black, emitting a horrifying aura. Many thanks for testing the sword with this sovereign. This sovereign was very happy. A clear voice resounded in the sky and entered Maniac's ears. Maniac's expression changed greatly. He was shocked and angry, but Sword Sovereign Azure Dragon's figure had already disappeared from his sight. Although Sword Sovereign Azure Dragon knew that Maniac must be furious right now, it did not matter. His goal was not to defeat Maniac, but to delay him so that the Extreme Sky Association's people could retreat. Since the Extreme Sky Association's people had already retreated, and he did not have the strength to kill Maniac, there was no point in continuing the battle. It was better to leave as soon as possible. Although Sword Sovereign Azure Dragon was not as strong as Maniac in terms of absolute strength, he was faster in terms of speed. Therefore, even if Maniac wanted to chase after him, he would not be able to catch up. To have such a peak high-grade spirit sword, it seems that Chunzong's harvest in the Spirit Gold Secret Realm was not bad, Sword Sovereign Azure Dragon said secretly. He guessed that Chunzong must have obtained this sword in the Spirit Gold Secret Realm. Sword Sovereign Azure Dragon's flying speed was extremely fast. In a moment, he caught up with the Extreme Sky Association's flying spiritual artifact and flew side by side with it. The flying spirit tools were put away, and everyone traveled through the mountains, using the complicated terrain of the mountains to hide their figures and traces. Moreover, there were also experts who removed all the traces left behind, so as to prevent others from finding the whereabouts of the headquarters through the clues. Finally, they passed through the natural maze to reach the entrance of the headquarters. After passing through the long passage filled with killing intent, the group finally returned to the headquarters and breathed a sigh of relief. "All right, you're all safe now that you're back," Elder Wong said with a smile. When they were waiting outside the Spirit Gold Secret Realm, they had to bear the pressure. After all, there were many powerful forces present, and once a battle broke out, casualties were inevitable. The pressure in the Spirit Gold Secret Realm was not small. After experiencing the battle between two powerful forces, the pressure in Chunzong's heart was indescribable. Now that they were back in the headquarters and in this safe place, the pressure in his heart was greatly relieved. His muscles also relaxed, and a wave of exhaustion came over him. "How was your harvest this time?" Elder Lu asked impatiently. What was the purpose of letting them enter the Spirit Gold Secret Realm? It was the Spirit Gold Mine. The Extreme Sky Association and other forces had a rule that a part of their harvest in the Spirit Gold Secret Realm had to be handed over to the organization. It was not clear how the other forces defined it, but the Extreme Sky Association's rule was that half of the Spirit Gold Mine must be contributed. The rest could be kept or contributed. With contributions, the Extreme Sky Association would have rewards and so on. Chapter 9:38. Yu Fei, Ou Jinyang, Gu Qingyun, and Xia Zhenghua were all there, and so was Xia Zhenghua. The leader has just given the order that the top 3 contributors will receive extra rewards. Sword Sovereign Azure Dragon walked over and glanced at Chunzong. His gaze paused for a moment on Chunzong's face before he nodded at him. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. The leader, the Empyrean Extreme Heaven Association's leader, had always been mysterious and elusive. Many people who had joined the Empyrean Extreme Heaven Association for more than 10 or even 20 years had never seen him. Although the leader was mysterious, he was also a supreme expert in the eyes of most of the members. He was a super expert who could fight the leader head-on. The third place will receive a month of guidance from the leader. After Sword Master Azure Dragon spoke, everyone was shocked. Their eyes widened. Even Yu Fei, Ou Jinyang, and Gu Qingyun were shocked. Although Sword Sovereign Azure Dragon was second only to the leader in terms of status and strength, there was still a difference. It was an honor to receive guidance from the leader for a month. The second place will receive 2 months of guidance from the leader, 10 upper spirit source elixirs, and 10 upper earth vein elixirs, Sword Sovereign Azure Dragon announced again. Everyone was even more surprised. Spirit source elixirs and earth vein elixirs were precious, and upper spirit source elixirs were even more important. Regardless of whether it was the high-tier spirit origin pill, earth vein pill, or the guidance of the guild leader, they were all extremely tempting. Their breathing quickened, especially when the duration of the guidance had increased from 1 month to 2 months. One had to know that the upper spirit source elixirs and earth vein elixirs could only be obtained by the top priority. In other words, only Qinzhong could get them. The first place will receive 3 months of guidance from the leader and 30 upper spirit source elixirs and upper earth vein elixirs, Sword Sovereign Azure Dragon announced. Everyone was in an uproar. The 3 elders were also shocked. This was rare since the establishment of the Polar Sky Association. Those who didn't make it to the top 3 will also be rewarded according to your contribution, Sword Sovereign Azure Dragon said with a smile. All right, now, take out the spirit gold mines you've obtained, Elder Lu hurriedly said, one by one. As he spoke, Elder Lu waved his hand, and a 3-meter-tall, dark golden furnace appeared. Soon after, Elder Lu struck out with his palm, and the flames within the furnace began to burn fiercely. A scorching aura began to spread out. The first to walk out was a 7th-level Earth Spirit Realm expert from the first branch. With a wave of his hand, pieces of spirit gold ore flew out from the spatial ring on his finger and landed on the ground with dull thuds. After 2 breaths, the man stopped taking out the spirit gold ores. There were a total of 18 spirit gold ores on the ground. In other words, according to the standards set by the Extreme Heaven Association, this person had obtained a total of 36 spirit gold ores in the spirit gold secret realm. However, the Extreme Heaven Association only set the number, not the size. After all, the larger the ore, the more spirit gold ores they could extract. The 18 spirit gold ores were of different sizes. The smallest was about the size of a duck egg, while the largest was about the size of a fist. With a wave of Elder Lu's hand, the 18 spirit gold ores flew into the furnace. The moment the furnace's valve opened, the crowd saw a brilliant azure flame within. The pure azure flame was extremely dazzling to the eyes. The instant of heat caused everyone's hair to stand on end. It was as if they would be incinerated into ashes if they touched it. After about 10 breaths, bits of golden light flew out from the other side of the furnace. They were spirit gold ores. So fast, Qinzhong was inwardly surprised. In just 10 breaths, the 18 spirit gold ores had been completely refined and turned into 18 spirit gold ores of different sizes. The small ones were the size of needles, while the large ones were the size of sesame seeds. Elder Su had long since made preparations and placed a special weighing apparatus to the side. The 18 spirit gold ores of different sizes flew onto the weighing apparatus, and the scales on it began to move. Elder Wang was responsible for registering names and the amount of spirit gold they contributed. For Qian, for 3 grams. Everyone had a rough idea of what was going on. The size of the spirit gold ores determined the amount of spirit gold they could refine. Upgrading a low-grade spiritual artifact to a mid-grade spiritual artifact requires 1 tael of spiritual gold. Upgrading a mid-grade spiritual artifact to a high-grade spiritual artifact requires 1 kilogram of spiritual gold. You can estimate yourselves and see if the spiritual gold extracted from a spiritual gold ores you've kept can meet the requirements for upgrading. Sword Sovereign Azure Dragon said, if it's not enough, you might as well contribute it. The Extreme Sky Association will also reward you. In addition, apart from some special low-grade spirit weapons, most low-grade spirit weapons have no value, Sword Sovereign Azure Dragon added. He did not explain further, but everyone understood. Spending 1 tael of spiritual gold to upgrade a low-grade spiritual weapon to a middle-grade spiritual weapon was actually not worth it. This was because middle-grade spiritual weapons were not too difficult to obtain, and the value of 1 tael of spiritual gold was not something that a normal middle-grade spiritual weapon could compare with. However, the difference between a mid-grade spirit weapon and a high-grade spirit weapon was huge. Therefore, spirit gold was very useful. As for a supreme-grade spirit weapon, it was unimaginable. Sword's sovereign azure dragon's words were like a bucket of cold water that sobered everyone up. Originally, they had planned to keep half of the spirit gold mine and refine the spirit gold themselves. Then, they would upgrade their mid-grade spirit tools. But now, it seemed that it was impossible. Wait, I'll contribute all of it. The first person to offer up the spirit gold mine said. He immediately thought it through. Although the 18 spirit gold mines he kept were large and should be able to refine more spirit gold, there wouldn't be much more. He wouldn't be able to use them at all, so in the end, he would have to sell them. Selling them would be worth a lot, but it would be troublesome. It would be better to give them to the Extreme Sky Association. He believed that the Extreme Sky Association would not disappoint him. Another 18 larger spirit gold ores fell into the furnace and were burned. After 10 breaths, 18 larger spirit gold ores appeared, weighing 6 yen for 4 grams. The total amount of spirit gold added up was 1 tael for 1 yen. The second person to contribute the spirit gold ores was 1 tael for refining. The third contribution was a little less, only a little more than 8 coins. The fourth person's contribution was 1 tael for 2 yen. When it was Xia Jinghua's turn, he did not contribute much, only 6 yen for 4 grams. After all, his cultivation and strength were not high. It was already good enough that he was still alive. The sixth person, the seventh, the eighth, the 10th person was at the peak of the 9th level of the Earth Spirit Realm. He was very strong and had obtained many things. He contributed over 80 spirit gold ores in one go. The refined spirit gold ores weighed 3 taels and 2 yen for 1 gram. He was the only person to contribute more than 3 taels so far, shocking everyone. In total, he had contributed almost a caddy of spirit gold. A caddy of spirit gold was enough to upgrade a mid-rank spirit weapon to an upper-rank one. Upper-rank spirit weapons were very valuable, rare, and powerful. It was very hard to get one more. If there are no surprises, this person will be able to enter the top 3. This was the thought of the 3 elders. Perhaps the amount of spirit gold ores one obtained in the secret realm had nothing to do with one's strength, but it was closely related. If one's strength was insufficient, then one's hands would be tied. And this person was at the peak of the Earth Spirit Realm. With such strength, he naturally had a chance to obtain more spirit gold ores. He was almost certain to enter the top 3, but it was not certain which position he would be in. Being the center of attention, the peak Earth Spirit Realm expert's expression was calm, but there was a trace of excitement in his eyes. The top 3, or even first place, would be able to receive guidance from the society head. He was now at the peak of the Earth Spirit Realm. The next step would be to break through to the Emperor Realm or the Profound Sky Realm. Either would be very difficult, but if he could receive guidance from the society head, it would be much easier and he would have a greater chance of success. As for the Spirit Origin pills and Earth Vein pills, they were useless to him now. He could ask for something else that was useful to him. The 11th person contributed 2 taels of spirit gold. The 12th person contributed 1 tael of spirit gold. The 13th person was Yu Fei. He turned his head to look at Shenzong and transmitted his voice. I wonder how many spirit gold ores you can obtain with your ability? As he spoke, Yu Fei took out all the spirit gold ores he had obtained. With a dull sound, the spirit gold ores fell to the ground one after another. The small ones were the size of a fist, and the big ones were the size of a human head. There were 73 spirit gold ores in total. With Yu Fei's cultivation and strength, it was not bad to obtain 73 spirit gold ores. At least compared to the others, he was outstanding. No wonder he was a little proud. The refined spirit gold from the 73 spirit gold ores was 2 taels of spirit gold. He immediately jumped to second place. The 16th person was O Zhengyang. O Zhengyang's strength was similar to Yu Fei's, but his luck seemed to be better. The refined spirit gold from the spirit gold ores was 2 taels of spirit gold per gram. 1 gram, with only 1 gram difference. O Zhengyang pushed Yu Fei down and jumped to second place. Yu Fei fell to third place, and his face was not looking good. Then, Gu Qingyun performed even better. The spirit gold he refined was more than 3 taels of spirit gold. And it was 3 taels of spirit gold. For a moment, Gu Qingyun was stared at by many people. Actually, in terms of strength, Gu Qingyun was not much stronger than Ou Zhengyang and Yu Fei. However, his luck was much better, and he unexpectedly obtained a lot of spirit gold ores. After the 24th person, there was only one left, and that was Chunzong. Sooner or later, he would have to take out the spirit gold ores. Therefore, Chunzong did not want to compete. Let's see how much you can take out, Yu Fei said in a low voice. He was very unhappy. He originally thought that he could be in the limelight and at least be in the top 3. He did not expect that he would be pushed out of the top 3. Sword Master Green Dragon's eyes were filled with expectation. He had already determined that the top-tier spirit weapon was obtained by Chunzong in the spirit gold secret territory. Therefore, he was looking forward to how many spirit gold ores Chunzong could take out. Sword Master Green Dragon was looking forward to it. The 3 elders were also looking forward to it. There was no other way. Although Chunzong's cultivation was not high, and his strength was not the strongest among the people here, his talent and potential were very shocking. It was natural that he would be looked forward to more. Chapter 9:39. Under the various gazes of the crowd, Chunzong took a step forward. His footsteps were unhurried, and it was as if he was taking a leisurely stroll. He stood in front of Elder Lu. "Haha, judging by your expression, you must have gained a lot." Elder Lu laughed. "Not bad." Chunzong smiled and said humbly. He waved his hand, and one after another spirit gold mine fell to the ground. In the blink of an eye, there were dozens of spirit gold mines. Dozens of spirit gold mines were nothing. But soon, everyone's faces turned serious. Their eyes widened and were filled with surprise. Then, their surprise turned into horror. Hundreds of spirit gold mines. Chunzong had taken out more than 100 spirit gold mines, breaking the record of the previous 24 people. Everyone was shocked. Yu Fei's face turned green, and he felt a burning sensation. Ou Zhenyang stared at Chunzong as if he wanted to see through Chunzong. Gu Qingyun's eyes flashed with sharpness and a trace of battle intent. But Chunzong ignored him because he was still taking out spirit gold mines. In the blink of an eye, there were more than 200 spirit gold mines. The 3 elders and Master Sword Azure Dragon were in a daze, especially Master Sword Azure Dragon. Although he thought Chunzong could get a lot of spirit gold mines, it seemed that it was beyond his imagination. 300, 400, 500. Finally, there were 666 spirit gold mines. Everyone was silent, as if they were numb. Good boy, good boy. After a long while, Master Sword Azure Dragon and the 3 elders came to their senses. They were shocked and smiled bitterly. 666 spirit gold mines, and most of them were the size of a human head. Dozens of spirit gold mines were even bigger. Whether in terms of quantity or size, Chunzong was much better than the others. How did you get so many spirit gold mines? Elder Lu was the most impatient. He could not help but ask. Everyone pricked up their ears to listen. I was lucky. I got a virtual ring left by an elder of the ancient sword sect. There were a few hundred spirit gold mines in it. Chunzong smiled. His answer was both true and false, but most people believed it. I see. My luck is so good. So it's because of good luck. If you didn't have this luck, the amount of spirit ores you could get would definitely not be as good as mine. Yu Fei seemed to have found the right reason. At the same time, he felt relieved and transmitted a voice message to Chunzong. Chunzong did not care. He was indeed lucky, but who knew how dangerous it was at that time? If he was not careful, he would have died, and his body would have been taken over by someone else. Instead of attributing it to luck, it was better to say that it was ability. The 666 spirit gold ores began to be refined in batches. In the end, the total amount of spirit gold that was refined exceeded 1 caddy, reaching an astonishing 3 caddies and 3 taels. The 666 spirit gold ores were all the spirit gold ores that Chunzong had obtained. He gave them all without reservation because Chunzong had seen the spirit gold extracted from the spirit gold ores. He knew that although the spirit gold extracted from the spirit gold ores was a lot, it wouldn't be of much help to him. After all, he still had 7 caddies of spirit gold, enough to upgrade 7 mid-rank spirit weapons to upper-rank spirit weapons. He already had several upper-rank spirit weapons, enough for him to use. One had to know that having more upper-rank spirit weapons wasn't necessarily better. With his current level of cultivation and strength, a few upper-rank spirit weapons were enough. Any more would only increase the burden on his body. Of course, if he reached the Sky Profound Realm, he would be able to afford more upper-rank spirit weapons. As for supreme-rank spirit weapons, it was far too difficult. Even a top upper-rank spirit weapon like the Starfire Spirit Sword would require several dozen caddies of spirit gold to upgrade to a supreme-rank spirit weapon. 7 to 8 caddies of spirit gold would have no effect at all. 3 caddies of spirit gold was 10 times more than the 3 caddies of spirit gold in first place. Without a doubt, Chunzong was the undisputed first place. The peak 9th level of the Earth Spirit Realm was second, and Gu Qingyun was third. Come with me to see the society head. Sword Sovereign Azure Dragon said to Chunzong and led Chunzong away. After leaving, Sword Sovereign Azure Dragon took out the Starfire Spirit Sword and handed it to Chunzong. Chunzong took the Starfire Spirit Sword and stored it in his Void Ring. This sword had been lent to Sword Sovereign Azure Dragon, so it was reasonable for him to return it now. Under Sword Sovereign Azure Dragon's lead, Chunzong walked deeper into the Empyrean Society's headquarters and finally stopped in front of a simple courtyard. Ding, 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 ding. Sounds continuously rang out from the courtyard. The sound was crisp and pleasant with a unique rhythm. It sounded like a beautiful piece of music that made one feel relaxed and happy, as if all the distracting thoughts in one's heart had dissipated because of it. Without speaking, Sword Sovereign Azure Dragon gently pushed open the simple brown wooden door and walked in with Chunzong. In the corner of this small courtyard, a figure that wasn't very tall was swinging an iron hammer, hammering on the red sword embryo again and again, gradually forming it. Sword Sovereign Azure Dragon stood to the side with Chunzong and waited quietly. Chunzong wasn't anxious. He stood there calmly and stared at the back. He didn't know why, but he suddenly felt that this figure was a bit familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. But when Chunzong thought about it carefully, he realized that he shouldn't have seen this person before. The Empyrean Society's leader was very mysterious and elusive, so he shouldn't have seen him before. After a while, the guild master stopped swinging the hammer. The sword embryo was completely formed. After quenching, it emitted a cold green light, like a pool of autumn water. However, Chunzong could clearly feel that although this sword was very sharp and very hard, it did not have the slightest bit of spirituality. Obviously, it was not a spiritual sword. He didn't know what the leader was going to do with this kind of non-spirit sword. With a light flick of his finger, the sword flew up and stabbed into the sword rack on the side. Then, the figure slowly turned around. Chunzong was instantly stunned, and that familiar feeling of having seen this person somewhere surged into his heart once more. However, Chunzong was certain that he had never seen this face before. This kind of specious feeling made Chunzong feel bewildered. "Little friend, we meet again," the old man said with a smile, which startled both Chunzong and Sword Sovereign Azure Dragon. "Senior, have we met before?" Chunzong couldn't help but ask. "Chunzong, he is the leader of our Empyrean Society," Sword Sovereign Azure Dragon quickly said. The tea shed. The 2 words of the leader were like a bolt of lightning that flashed through Chunzong's mind. The figure of the old man in the tea shed overlapped with the figure of the leader in front of him. That old man from the tea stall looked extremely old, with a hunched back. However, although this old man in front of him appeared old, he exuded a sense of vitality akin to an evergreen tree. His body had stopped moving, but for some reason, Chunzong found a similarity between the 2 of them. "So it's you." Chunzong's shock was unimaginable. Even the leader of the Skyscraper Society would be shocked if he knew. Who would have thought that the founder of the Empyrean Society, who was ranked second on the famed sword ranking, would turn into an ordinary old man in the tea shed? It was as inconceivable as an emperor hiding his identity and becoming a waiter in a restaurant. The leader of the Empyrean Society was also very surprised. He didn't think that the young man he saw in the tea shed would join the Empyrean Society. What was even more shocking was that the young man had such amazing talent. That was why it was said that the affairs of the world were so mysterious and unpredictable, which made it all the more exciting. Since the leader and Chenzong had already met, Sword's sovereign azure dragon didn't say anything else. He said his goodbyes and left, leaving only Chenzong and the leader of the Empyrean Society. "Little friend, please sit." The leader smiled and gestured for Chenzong to sit down on a simple wooden stool. The courtyard was very simple, just like an ordinary farmer's courtyard. It was quite surprising. After all, the other party was the leader of the Empyrean Society. However, Chenzong understood that there were countless people in the world with countless personalities. Some were arrogant and overbearing, some were low-key and restrained, some fought for power and profit, and some were indifferent. Different personalities led to different hobbies. However, no matter what personality or hobbies one had, it had nothing to do with one's martial path. Righteous people might not become peerless powerhouses, but evil people could also reach the peak. "My surname is Duan." The leader spoke again. "You can call me Leader Duan." "Leader Duan," Chenzong greeted. "I already know the amount of spiritual gold you contributed. You're number one and can receive my guidance without any time limit. As long as I'm here, you can come and find me at any time." Leader Duan smiled. He thought highly of Chenzong. After all, through Sword's sovereign azure dragon, he had a more direct understanding of Chenzong. There was no doubt that this was a junior worth nurturing. It was very likely that he would become an emperor in the future. "Thank you, leader," Chenzong said gratefully. "That day, you asked me where the ruins of the Heavenly Master Sword sect were. Did you go there?" Leader Duan asked with a smile. "I did," Chenzong replied. Then he sighed. "It's a pity that it's been reduced to ruins and no longer exists. Otherwise, it would have been wonderful to witness it." Seeing Chenzong's expression, Leader Duan smiled and said, "What's the problem? Speak." "Before I joined the Empyrean Society, the person who recommended me said that you had some connections with the Heavenly Master Sword sect. So I'm curious," Chenzong said. "Yes." Leader Duan stared into Chenzong's eyes and nodded. He replied, neither too slowly nor too quickly, "I was a member of the Heavenly Master Sword sect." "So you were a disciple of the Heavenly Master Sword sect?" Chenzong was a little surprised. This seemed to be reasonable. "But I wonder if you know the 3 disciples of the Heavenly Master Jindi." The moment he said this, Chenzong's expression changed. He was horrified and shocked to the extreme. In an instant, the amiable guild leader Duan's face turned frosty. His eyes shot out an incomparably sharp sword light. That sword light traversed the heavens and earth as it slashed through. It made Chenzong feel as if his body was being torn apart and his soul was being shattered. He couldn't breathe and couldn't move. In an instant, he felt as if he was being executed by 1,000 cuts. It was too sudden and he was unprepared. But even if Chenzong had been prepared, it was useless. In the face of such a terrifying expert, the absolute difference in strength made everything in vain. Chapter 940. The atmosphere was desolate and oppressive. The idle courtyard was filled with endless terrifying sword chi. Chenzong was shocked to find that everything in the courtyard, whether it was the table or the chairs, had all turned into swords. Whether it was the furnace or the sword rack, everything had turned into swords. Even the sand on the ground and the dust in the air had all turned into swords. Wherever the swords pointed, his body and soul would be torn apart. "Tell me, who are you?" Duan Zhan's eyes were filled with dazzling silver sword light, tearing the world apart. "I have a connection with the Heavenly Master Sword sect," Chenzong said with difficulty, withstanding the terrifying pressure. With that, the terrifying pressure on Duan Zhan's body lessened a little, and the peerless sword light in his eyes also weakened a little. "What connection do you have with the Heavenly Master Sword sect?" Duan Zhan's tone was still sharp. His gray hair fluttered like countless surging sword chi. "Your surname is Duan. Are you Duan Guchuan?" Chenzong did not answer. Instead, he asked again, staring into Duan Zhan's eyes. "So what if I am? So what if I'm not?" Duan did not answer directly. I once had a fortuitous encounter and received the inheritance of a senior with the title of Heavenly Master Jindi. Qinzong's words made Duan's expression change. It was very complicated. You're not lying? Duan moved closer to Qinzong. His eyes widened as if he wanted to pierce through Qinzong. His voice trembled slightly, with a hint of suppressed excitement. I'm not lying, Qinzong said seriously. Suddenly, the terrifying aura retreated. The table was still the table, and the chair was still the chair. Everything returned to normal. I am indeed Duan Guchuan. Duan sat down again. His expression returned to normal, but there was an indescribable excitement in his heart. Senior Duan. Qinzong stood up and bowed again. The first bow was because the other party was the leader of the Ultimate Sky Group. The second bow was more formal because the other party was Duan Guchuan, the eldest disciple of the Heavenly Master Jindi. Where did you meet Master? How is Master now? Duan Guchuan couldn't suppress the excitement in his heart and couldn't help but stand up and ask again. Senior. Qinzong opened his mouth and said, I did not see Senior Tongtian Jindi in person. I only encountered a wisp of his consciousness and received the Heavenly Sword Way inheritance. I also learned some things about Senior Tongtian Jindi and accepted Senior Tongtian's will. The consciousness left behind, the will. Master is already. Duan Guchuan looked pained. In fact, he had been searching for the Tongtian Jindi for many years, but to no avail. He had already guessed this, but now that he heard Qinzong's answer, he could not help but feel sad. He had been adopted by the Heavenly Grandmaster Jindi in his early years and had become his disciple. He had cultivated with the Heavenly Grandmaster Jindi for many years. It could be said that the Heavenly Grandmaster Jindi was his master and a father figure. After all, Duan Guchuan was a super expert and had strong self-control. He quickly adjusted and buried his sadness in the bottom of his heart. The way he looked at Qinzong was completely different from before. After all, Qinzong was one of the inheritors of Master's Heavenly Sword Way. He was probably the only one who had received the complete Heavenly Sword Way inheritance. To a certain extent, he could be considered his junior brother. Since you have received Master's inheritance, I will call you my junior brother. Duan Guchuan spoke again. Tell me, what did Master say to you? Since he knew Duan Guchuan's identity and knew the temperament of the eldest disciple from the Heavenly Grandmaster Jindi, Qinzong trusted Duan Guchuan more. Moreover, the Heavenly Grandmaster Jindi had not said anything particularly secretive. Other than the inheritance of the Heavenly Sword Way inheritance, he had only hoped that Qinzong could clean up the mess for him. Duan Guchuan was one of the people involved, so he knew. Ban Zhongquan. Duan Guchuan clenched his fists, his veins bulging. His eyes shone with a terrifying light, like a heavenly sword cutting through the heavens and earth. Qinzong's body trembled again, and a chill reverberated in his body. I knew it was you. Duan Guchuan was extremely furious, and his killing intent was shocking. Duan Guchuan had previously guessed the death of the Heavenly Grandmaster Jindi, but he could not be sure. Ban Zhongquan was responsible for his injuries, and Ban Zhongquan was also responsible for the death of his master, the Heavenly Grandmaster Jindi. Now that he heard Qinzong's words, he could finally be sure that everything was related to Ban Zhongquan. Ban Zhongquan was the direct mastermind. Qinzong was silent. After a dozen breaths, Duan Guchuan's tightly clenched fists slowly relaxed, and his terrifying killing intent receded. It was not that he didn't want to kill Ban Zhongquan, but that it was difficult to do so. Senior brother Duan, do you know where Ban Zhongquan is? Qinzong asked. Although he didn't become the disciple of the Heavenly Grandmaster Jindi, it was a fact that he had received his inheritance. Therefore, although they weren't master and disciple in name, they were master and disciple in reality. Since Duan Guchuan called him junior brother, it was reasonable for him to call him senior brother. Ban Zhongquan. Speaking of this name, Duan Guchuan's eyes were almost spitting fire. He is the master of the Matian Society. The master of the Matian Society. Qinzong was shocked. Qinzong had never thought of this. After all, he didn't know enough about the Matian Society, and he had no clue. Naturally, he wouldn't associate Ban Zhongxuan with the Matian society. But now that he knew, he felt that it was only natural. Ban Zhongxuan was the master of the Matian society, and Duan Guchuan had created the extreme celestial society to oppose the Matian society precisely because Duan Guchuan wanted to deal with Ban Zhongxuan. Everything made sense now. Moreover, just as the heavenly Grandmaster Jindy had said, Ban Zhongxuan was now a powerful emperor-level expert. Duan Guchuan began to explain to Chunzong so that he could have a more direct understanding of Ban Zhongxuan. Ban Zhongxuan was a man with extraordinary talent and tyrannical strength. Moreover, he was very patient and good at hiding his emotions. Normally, it was impossible to tell what kind of person he was. In fact, he was a man with great ambition and would do anything to achieve his goals. As he listened, Chunzong couldn't help but feel shocked. Ban Zhongxuan, if one didn't know his true nature well enough, would be deceived by him. One would trust him and treat him with sincerity. In the end, one would be framed by him. For example, Duan Guchuan had trusted Ban Zhongxuan a lot in the past. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been framed so easily. Senior Marshal Brother Duan, Ban Zhongxuan is an emperor-level expert. Since you can fight against him, are you also? Chunzong pondered for a moment before asking. Ban Zhongxuan is indeed an emperor-level expert, but I'm not, Duan Guchuan said with a bitter smile. It wasn't easy to become an emperor-level expert. He had been chasing after it all this time. Unfortunately, he always lacked something, that little bit of opportunity. Back then, I was framed by Ban Zhongxuan and was on the verge of death. In the end, I survived and had a fortuitous encounter overseas. Duan Guchuan slowly said, after that fortuitous encounter, all my injuries were healed. My cultivation rose rapidly and reached the limit of sky, profound realm. Relying on the heaven and earth spiritual treasure I obtained by fortuitous encounter, I can contend against an emperor-level expert. Overseas referred to the sea outside Kanglan continent. There were countless islands and dangerous places. In terms of a number of human experts, Kanglan continent had the most. However, in the vast and mighty sea, there were also extremely powerful and terrifying sea beasts and so on. There were also many heaven and earth spiritual treasures. Since ancient times, many human experts would leave the continent and enter the sea to experience the dangers and pursue breakthroughs. Some experts also died in the sea and left behind their inheritances. Some heaven and earth spiritual treasures would also be born in the sea. It could be said that the area of the sea was far larger than that of Kanglan continent. Few people set foot in the depths of the sea, so it was easier to breed heaven and earth spiritual treasures and the like. Duan Guchuan didn't clearly state what kind of heaven and earth spiritual treasure he was talking about. Although Chunzong was curious, he didn't ask. After all, that was Duan Guchuan's secret. Everyone had their own secrets. Wantonly probing into other people's secrets was a kind of disrespect. It could even lead to falling out and becoming enemies. Putting himself in Duan Guchuan's shoes, Chunzong also didn't want others to pry into his secrets. However, Chunzong was still very surprised. What kind of heaven and earth spiritual treasure could actually allow a sky profound realm expert to possess the strength to contend against an emperor-level expert? This heaven and earth spiritual treasure only allows me to barely possess the strength to contend against an emperor-level expert. However, I can't defeat or even kill him. Duan Guchuan said, only after I break through and become an emperor-level expert can I avenge my master and clean up the sect. Duan Guchuan and Chunzong talked a lot. Junior brother, you can come to my place at any time in the future. Although I'm not as talented as you, I've been cultivating for more years than you, so I can give you some inspiration on the path of cultivation, Duan Guchuan said. In addition, you can use all the resources of the Extreme Heaven Association to your heart's content. Before, he had only been rewarded because of Chunzong's contributions, but now it was different. After confirming Chunzong's identity, Duan Guchuan attached more importance to Chunzong because this person could be considered as his junior brother to a certain extent. The Extreme Heaven Association was founded by him. Its original purpose was to fight against the Skyscraper Association and destroy all of its affairs to weaken Ban Zhongquan's forces. Qinzong's talent was far superior to his. Even Ban Zhongquan couldn't compare with him. Moreover, his master, omnipotent Jiandi, had placed high hopes on him. Perhaps in the future, he would be needed to kill Ban Zhongquan and avenge his master. After talking for half a day, Qinzong got up and bid farewell, leaving Duan Guchuan's small courtyard. Not long after, a piece of news spread throughout the association. The association master appointed Qinzong as the young master of the Extreme Heaven Association. What? Since when did our Extreme Heaven Association have a young master? We have one from now on. The matter of the young master immediately caused a great commotion. Everyone was talking about it. The three elders with real power were also puzzled and very surprised. The Skyscraper Association did have a young master, but it had never had a young master since its establishment. They didn't expect him to suddenly appear today. The first feeling that the young master gave people was shock, and the second feeling was that they were not used to it. What's Qinzong's identity? Many people were guessing what kind of identity he had to be appointed as the young master by the association master. In fact, when Sword Sovereign Azure Dragon received the association master's notice, he was also very shocked. However, he didn't ask much and just announced the association master's decision. The association master rarely cared about the Extreme Heaven Association's affairs and rarely made decisions. But once he made a decision, it couldn't be changed. Chapter 9:41. There were two large jade gourds in front of him, each filled with many pills. 100 upper-rank spirit origin pills and 100 upper-rank earth vein pills. These were the high-grade spirit source pills and earth vein pills that the headquarters had in stock. They were all given to Qinzong. Qinzong also began to consume these high-grade spirit source pills and high-grade earth vein pills. Under the effect of spirit and martial arts as one, his cultivation increased at an astonishing speed. Apart from consuming pills to increase his cultivation level, Qinzong would also enter the Clear Heart Sword cleansing pool to meditate. The more he entered, the weaker the effects of his meditation became. However, it was better than nothing. He would slowly accumulate, and there would be a day when his accumulation would lead to a breakthrough. In addition, Qinzong would also go to Duan Guchuan's courtyard to discuss the Tao of cultivation with Duan Guchuan, especially the Tao of the sword. Duan Guchuan's talent was indeed inferior to Qinzong's. If the two were of the same generation, the gap between Duan Guchuan and Qinzong would be unimaginable. However, there were no ifs. Duan Guchuan had lived for more than 1,000 years, and had also cultivated for more than 1,000 years. In addition to his hard work and perseverance, he had cultivated step by step until now. His accumulation in the Tao of cultivation was incomparably solid, and his accumulation in the Tao of the sword was even more astonishing. It was no problem for him to instruct Qinzong. At the same time, Duan Guchuan was also very shocked. He was shocked by Qinzong's understanding of the Tao of cultivation and by Qinzong's deep accumulation in the Tao of the sword. It was likely that no one in the Earth Spirit realm could compare to Qinzong. The more outstanding Qinzong was, the happier Duan Guchuan was, because the other was his master successor. During his discussion with Duan Guchuan, Qinzong also understood that Duan Guchuan's inheritance of the heavenly sword Tao was actually incomplete. Neither he nor Ban Zhongquan were complete because they had cultivated with the heavenly sword Jiandi and had slowly received guidance. Both Ban Zhongquan and Duan Guchuan had walked their own paths on the incomplete foundation of the heavenly sword Tao and achieved their own Tao of the sword. However, Qinzong still told Duan Guchuan the complete content of the heavenly sword Tao because he was the eldest disciple of the heavenly Jiandi and had the right to know. He believed that knowing the complete heavenly sword Tao would be of help to his cultivation. You cultivate well and do your best to increase your strength. I will be in seclusion for a period of time. Duan Guchuan smiled and could not hide the excitement in his eyes. The complete heavenly sword Tao was useful to him. Even though he had walked out his own ultimate heavenly sword Tao on the incomplete foundation of the heavenly sword Tao, he was very clear that his own ultimate heavenly sword Tao was not as good as his master's heavenly sword Tao, and even compared to Ban Zhongquan's Matian sword Tao, there was still a gap. If he could comprehend his master's complete heavenly sword Tao and absorb its essence in his own ultimate heavenly sword Tao, he would be able to improve his ultimate heavenly sword Tao significantly, and even have a chance of becoming an emperor. Becoming an emperor! The moment these two words flashed in his mind, Duan Guchuan's eyes shone with astonishment. This was his lifelong pursuit, and also the obsession in his heart, because only by becoming an emperor could he truly contend with Ban Zhongquan and have the ability to clean up his master's house. Shenzong bid farewell and returned to his Hall of Will to continue cultivating. Time flew. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed since Shenzong returned from the Spirit Gold Secret Realm. In this half a year, Shenzong's cultivation and strength had increased significantly. His Qi cultivation had increased to the mid-5th level of the Earth Spirit Realm, and his body refining realm had also reached the mid-5th level of the Earth Spirit Realm. His spiritual sense had also increased a little. Overall, Shenzong's strength had increased. Even if he did not activate the tower's power, he could still kill an ordinary 8th level of the Earth Spirit Realm with his own strength. Even if he encountered an ordinary 9th level of the Earth Spirit Realm, Shenzong could still contend with him. If he activated the tower's power, his strength would become even more terrifying. He could be said to be at the limit of the Earth Spirit Realm, second only to the Emperor Realm. The cultivation of the Earth Spirit Realm was divided into 3 aspects. The first was cultivation. The second was the power of the Earth Vein. The third was martial arts. None of them could fall behind, or they would become the weak point. Some Earth Spirit Realm warriors could challenge those of a higher level. It was not because the Earth Vein's power was strong, but because they had a deeper understanding of the Earth Vein's power. Therefore, they could use the Earth Vein's power to disturb the opponent, weaken the opponent, and improve themselves. Shenzong knew this very well, so naturally, he would not leave any weaknesses for himself. The King Realm of the Extreme Mortal Realm was to completely control one's own body and lingwu, and use one's own power to the extreme. The Emperor Realm of the Earth Spirit Realm, on the other hand, extended this control to the outside of the body, and turned this complete control into the Earth Vein's power. By controlling the Earth Vein's power, one could trap or even kill the enemy. The Emperor Realm of the Profound Sky Realm could control both the Earth Vein's power and the Heaven Vein's power at the same time. Control. It was easy to say, but hard to do. That was why there were so few kings, emperors, and emperors. However, Shenzong firmly believed that he could definitely become a king or even an emperor. One could not be arrogant and conceited in cultivation, but one could not belittle oneself either. One must have enough confidence and faith in order to better stimulate one's own potential. Within the Hall of Will, Shenzong opened his eyes, and a cold light flashed through his eyes like cold lightning. His lips parted slightly, and a wisp of white air blew out like the wind. It was like smoke and mist, but incomparably tough. It cut through the air like a sword aura, leaving a clear trace that slowly dissipated after a few breaths. My Qi and body cultivation has stabilized at the middle of the 5th level of the Earth Spirit Realm. If I want to increase my cultivation quickly, I'll have to have another fortuitous encounter like before. Shenzong said to himself. It was because of the fortuitous encounter in the Spirit Gold Secret Realm that he had first rapidly increased his Qi and Lingwu cultivation, and then used pills to increase his Qi training level. This was how he had been able to reach the early 5th level of the Earth Spirit Realm, and then break through to the middle of the 5th level of the Earth Spirit Realm in just half a year. Now that the time of accumulation had passed, he would need to accumulate more and wait for an explosion. After a long period of silence, Shenzong decided to leave once again. With the current situation, it would be difficult for him to make any significant progress, even if he were to cultivate in seclusion here. The great demon sealing formation of the demon-suppressing fortress could only seal the experts of the demon race and their army for 10 years. Perhaps in less than 10 years, the demon race would come back and cause another disaster. Therefore, Chenzong was very anxious to increase his cultivation and strength. At least, when the demon race came back, he would have more strength and could kill more demons. Suddenly, an indescribable aura swept over. It was invisible and colorless, but it made Chenzong feel oppressed, as if an invisible mountain was pressing down on his body. Not only that, this kind of pressure went straight to his soul. A kind of fundamental difference made Chenzong feel small, as if he was facing the endless sky. He had no power to resist and couldn't struggle at all. Chenzong wasn't the only one who felt this. Even the experts at the limit of the Earth's spirit realm were extremely shocked. Their bodies were swept by the invisible aura, as if they were directly suppressed and couldn't move at all. This kind of aura, the three elders with real power felt this terrifying invisible aura at the same time, and their expressions changed greatly. With the cultivation of the late stage of the profound sky realm, they felt it more directly and clearly. This invisible aura was the pressure brought by the power of the heavenly veins. They had never personally felt this kind of pressure. They had only heard about it, so they were a little surprised and doubtful. I broke through. Sword Sovereign Azure Dragon, who was cultivating, felt the invisible aura sweep over his body. His whole body suddenly trembled, and his eyes widened, shining with incomparable joy. I broke through. In the headquarters, there were only two people who could break through to this step. One was me, but I didn't break through. Then, there was only one other person who broke through. The society leader. That invisible aura filled the headquarters, but in just 3 breaths, it disappeared without a trace, as if it had never appeared. The Earth Spirit Realm experts didn't know what it meant. Most of the profound Sky Realm experts were also surprised and doubtful. Only Sword Sovereign Azure Dragon knew what had happened. Lin Qing come. A voice seemed to blend into the air and floated into Sword Sovereign Azure Dragon's ears along with the flow of the air. Lin Qing. This was Sword Sovereign Azure Dragon's real name, but not many people knew it. Hearing the voice, Sword Sovereign Azure Dragon immediately moved and left the Azure Dragon Palace with his fastest speed. He was heading towards the courtyard in the depths of the headquarters. As if it had sensed Sword Sovereign Azure Dragon's arrival, the closed wooden door naturally opened. Subconsciously holding his breath, Sword Sovereign Azure Dragon stepped through the wooden door and walked into the courtyard. He saw a figure standing in the courtyard. The moment he saw that figure, Sword Sovereign Azure Dragon felt that his breathing had stopped, and even his heartbeat seemed to have stopped. That figure wasn't strong, but it gave Sword Sovereign Azure Dragon a feeling of infinity, as if he had become the center of this world. Endless power surrounded him, and the fluctuations were very dense. This was the fluctuation of the earth vein power, and also the fluctuation of the heavenly vein power. Sword Sovereign Azure Dragon subconsciously narrowed his eyes, and light flowed in his eyes. He could vaguely see traces of chi flowing around that figure. The lower body was surrounded by a light brown chi flow, and the upper body was surrounded by a light blue chi flow. That light brown chi flow had a kind of vigorous and heavy ancient fluctuation, as if it carried the weight of the earth. As for that light blue chi flow, it had a kind of light and graceful, profound fluctuation, as if it carried the boundless sky. That was the manifestation of the earth vein power and the heavenly vein power. Sword Sovereign Azure Dragon was very clear about the significance of the manifestation of the earth vein power and the heavenly vein power, because it was his lifelong pursuit. Emperor. Only experts with 1 foot in the Emperor realm could manifest the earth vein power and the heavenly vein power at the same time, because that was the complete control of the earth vein power and the heavenly vein power. Without a doubt, the president had already taken that step and stepped into a whole new level, and was about to stand at the peak of the Blue Waves continent. Sword Sovereign Azure Dragon stared at the heavenly veins surrounding the Guildmaster. This was the step he desired the most, and the reason the Guildmaster had called him here was probably to let him witness this final step with his own eyes. Heaven and earth harmony. Gradually, The light brown chi flow and the light blue chi flow began to come into contact, and they began to fuse little by little. Every strand of chi flow intertwined, slowly condensing and entangling with each other, becoming one of you and one of you. Chapter 942. The light brown chi flow and the light blue chi flow blended together like the sky and the earth. One was clear chi and the other was turbid chi. The top was clear and the bottom was turbid. Now that the clear and turbid blended, it was like chaos. An indescribable aura immediately spread out from guild leader Duan's body. It was as if it had merged with the earth and the sky. Soon after, a vast and mighty aura spread out and filled the courtyard. At a glance, it was as if a sphere had enveloped the courtyard. Sword Sovereign Azure Dragon stood in the courtyard. The moment he was enveloped by the aura, he felt that he couldn't move his fingers. His entire body was suppressed. He couldn't breathe at all. The heaven and earth in the courtyard were completely under Duan Ling Tian's control. He couldn't fight back at all. Emperor. This was the control of heaven and earth that only Emperor-level experts could control. In a world controlled by a titled martial monarch, unless one was also a titled martial monarch or possessed some kind of powerful treasure, there was no way one could resist. Under such suppression, one would find it hard to move one's body, let alone attack. 15 minutes, a full 15 minutes. Sword Sovereign Azure Dragon couldn't control himself at all. Even his powerful strength became sluggish, like he was in a quagmire. Sword Sovereign Azure Dragon was terrified. He knew that his heaven-veined spiritual energy wasn't inferior to Duan Ling Tian's, but he couldn't move at all. This was the power of an Emperor-level expert. 15 minutes felt like 1,000 years. It was hard to endure. Only when the aura disappeared did Sword Sovereign Azure Dragon breathe again. Only then could he circulate his strength freely. Duan Ling Tian, you've finally taken that step, Sword Sovereign Azure Dragon said, his eyes burning with passion. Most people in the Extreme Sky Association thought that Duan Ling Tian was an Emperor-level expert because he had fought with Matian Society's Guildmaster before. Matian Society's Guildmaster was an Emperor-level expert, the #1 expert in Brightsword Continent. Only titled emperors will be able to fight a titled emperor and remain undefeated. However, Sword Sovereign Azure Dragon knew that Duan Ling Tian wasn't an Emperor-level expert. He only had some special means to resist Matian Society's Guildmaster for a period of time. Now, Duan Ling Tian had broken through and become an Emperor-level expert. It's all thanks to Chun Zong, Duan Guchuan said with a smile. His hearty voice shook the void. Chun Zong, the Azure Dragon Swordmaster, was stunned. Was the Guildmaster's breakthrough related to Chun Zong? However, Honorable Swordsman Green Dragon could not think of any connection, and the Guildmaster did not elaborate. Lin Qing, did you feel my breakthrough just now? Did you gain anything? Duan Guchuan asked. Thank you, Guild Leader. Swordmaster Green Dragon bowed and said sincerely, Lin Qing has gained a lot. He knew that Duan Guchuan had asked him to witness the final breakthrough to let him gain something. This was a kind of trust. Otherwise, if he had any evil intentions and attacked before the final step of the heaven and earth fusion, he would have interfered or even destroyed the breakthrough, causing it to fail. After experiencing it personally, Sword Sovereign Azure Dragon learned a lot and gained a lot. He believed that after going into seclusion for a while, his control of the heavenly veins power would improve significantly. Even if he could not break through to the Emperor level, he would at least be closer to it. At that time, his strength would increase greatly. Even if he did not have a top high-grade spiritual sword, he would be able to fight with or even defeat Maniac. If Duan Ling Tian became an emperor and his strength increased, the Extreme Sky Association's top battle strength would not be inferior to Matian Society's. He would be able to resist them. Go back and cultivate in seclusion, Duan Guchuan said. Okay. Sword Sovereign Azure Dragon bowed again and left. Strike while the iron is hot. If he went into seclusion while his comprehension was at its deepest, he would gain even more. Not long after, Chun Zong received Duan Guchuan's message and came over. Senior Brother Duan. Chun Zong bowed, his face immediately filled with astonishment. The current Duan Guchun looked different from half a year ago. His appearance had not changed, his figure had not changed, but his aura had changed, and his temperament was also different. It was as if he was as high as the heavens. I have taken that step. Duan Guchun smiled. This was a smile that came from the bottom of his heart. Ever since his master had been framed and his master's whereabouts were unknown, Duan Guchun had been unable to feel happy and had always felt depressed in his heart. But now, he finally felt happy, and the depression in his heart had lessened by a lot. Emperor level. He had finally reached the peak of cultivation. He truly had the strength to contend with Ban Zhongquan. Congratulations, senior brother Duan. Qinzong was shocked at first, then overjoyed. Senior brother Duan had become an emperor-level expert. The Extreme Sky Association truly had the strength to contend with Maqian society. This news will not be leaked for now. I will cultivate in seclusion for 3 years. 3 years later, I will battle with Ban Zhongquan. Duan Guchun clasped his hands behind his back. His figure seemed to be infinitely high. His aura drifted, but it reverberated in this small courtyard. Qinzong could not help but feel his blood boil. 3 years later, the emperor-level battle. How amazing would it be? Senior brother, I also plan to leave. Qinzong said, my cultivation has reached a bottleneck again. It will be difficult for me to improve by just cultivating in seclusion. Therefore, I want to leave this place to gain experience. Proud Snow Plum Blossom, sharpening the sword. I agree with you leaving here. Duan Guchun did not urge him to stay. Instead, he said in a sonorous and forceful tone, a treasured sword's edge was sharpened through sharpening. A good sword had to go through many processes, such as tempering and tempering. It also needed to go through battles. Only then could it become a good sword and leave its name in history. Perhaps it was dangerous to gain experience, and there was a possibility of death. However, if one was afraid because of this, he would not achieve anything in his life. It would be better not to cultivate in the first place. It would be better to get married and have children peacefully and live a life of farming and raising pigs. Anyone who was determined to go further on the path of martial arts would agree with this point of view. Since ancient times, there was no master who grew up in a greenhouse. Every one of them had walked through countless battles and life-and-death situations. Junior brother, please wait a few days before you leave. After I made the breakthrough, I have a deeper understanding of the way of the sword. Duan Guchun said, implying that Qinzong should stay for a few more days so that he could tell Qinzong his new understanding. Okay, Qinzong naturally would not refuse this opportunity to strengthen his foundation. Qinzong stayed there for 3 days. During these 3 days, he did not rest or sleep. He talked about the way of the sword with his senior brother, Duan Guchun. In fact, most of the time, it was Duan Guchun who was talking. Qinzong listened. As he listened, he gained some insights and gave some of his own opinions. Duan Guchun's new understanding was naturally not that much. He needed to talk for 3 days and 3 nights. However, as he talked about his new understanding, Duan Guchun had a different understanding of the way of cultivation, especially the way of the sword. He had a more comprehensive understanding of it from a different perspective. Moreover, when he talked with Qinzong, occasionally Qinzong would give some insights that gave Duan Guchun a flash of inspiration. Therefore, he talked more and more. After 3 days and 3 nights of discussion, not only did Qinzong gain a lot, but Duan Guchun also gained a lot. His understanding of the way of the sword had deepened. Imperceptibly, Duan Guchun's control of the power of the heavenly veins had improved. Becoming a titled emperor was not the end. Some newly ascended titled emperors often found it difficult to compete with veteran titled emperors. The difference was not in their own strength, but in their absolute control of the power of the heavenly veins. The more powerful a titled emperor could control the power of the heavenly veins. Senior brother, I'll take my leave. Qinzong stood up and bowed to Duan Guchun. Wait, Duan Guchun said. Suddenly, there was a flash of light in his palm. When the light dissipated, there were streaks of bright yellow light floating in his palm like ribbons. They moved like seaweed, full of agility. This is one of the mystical items I obtained in my early years overseas. It's useless to me now. However, it should be of great use to you, junior brother, Duan Guchuan said. The mystical item in his palm suddenly floated up and floated towards Chunzong as if it was alive. As the streaks of bright yellow light floated, it looked as light as a butterfly and as fast as a bird. Chunzong stretched out his hand, and the mystical item landed in his palm. A cold touch spread throughout his body. Chunzong felt that his body seemed to have become lighter. This mystical item is called the Wings of Light Cloud. Refine it. Duan Guchun said. The Wings of Light Cloud has two effects. Firstly, it allows your body to become even more lithe and nimble, and your movement speed to increase. Secondly, it allows you to possess the ability to fly like a sky profound realm expert. Hearing this, Chunzong was shocked. The first effect was not bad. However, the second effect surprised Chunzong. Flying was the symbol of a profound sky realm expert. It was an ability that only profound sky realm experts could sense and even slightly control the power of the heavenly veins. This mystical item, the Wings of Light Cloud, could actually allow a non-heaven profound sky realm expert to fly like a profound sky realm expert. It was indeed very shocking. One day, even if you break through to the profound sky realm, the Wings of Light Cloud will still be useful to you. It can still make your body lighter and more agile and allow you to fly faster. Duan Guchuan smiled and said, however, when your cultivation reaches the 7th level of the profound sky realm, the Wings of Light Cloud will lose its effect. If it was still effective for the late stage of the profound sky realm, or even the limit of the profound sky realm, Duan Guchuan could definitely keep it for himself. Thank you, senior brother, Chunzong said solemnly. You can refine the Wings of Light Cloud here first. You can leave after refining it. Duan Guchuan smiled and said, remember, when the power of the Wings of Light Cloud is activated, it doesn't need to consume your energy. It can automatically absorb the spirit energy of heaven and earth to replenish itself. If you let it absorb the pure spirit energy of the spirit source, its replenishment speed will be even faster. Of course, you can also inject your own energy into it. It will recover faster. Duan Guchuan started to cultivate in seclusion. Chunzong also started to refine the mystical item, the Wings of Light Cloud. The way to refine it was nothing more than dripping blood to make it recognize its owner. Then, he would inject the spirit energy of the earth veins into the Wings of Light Cloud to establish and deepen the connection, so that the Wings of Light Cloud would have a close connection with him. After one day and one night, the Wings of Light Cloud shone brightly. That light was bright yellow and abnormally soft. Bathed in the light, Chunzong felt that his body had become lighter and his every move had become swifter. With a move of his mind, the Wings of Light Cloud turned into strands of bright yellow light, circling around his body like ribbons. As they rolled around, it made Chunzong's body look even more graceful, as if he was going to float with the wind. Then, the Wings of Light Cloud changed again, turning into a pair of light ribbon-like wings that fluttered behind his back. Chunzong's body flew into the air. Senior brother, thank you very much. I will leave now. I will come back in 3 years to watch your battle. Chapter 943. The sky was 10,000 miles high, and the horizon was boundless. Above the famed Sword Mountain Range, a bright yellow light soared into the sky and swept across the sky at an altitude of 1,000 meters. It was light, agile, and swift like the wind and lightning. As fast as lightning. In the blink of an eye, the bright yellow light had flown over 10,000 meters. Chunzong felt incomparably carefree. Although he could also leap into the air and fly for a short period of time when he was in the Earth's spirit realm, the highest altitude he could reach was a few hundred meters. Moreover, that couldn't be considered flying but gliding. They were two different concepts. But now, he could truly fly at an altitude of over 1,000 meters. He didn't need to land to change his breathing and strength. Unless the power of the Wings of Light Cloud was exhausted, he could continue flying. Moreover, his flying speed wasn't slow. Chunzong estimated that it was comparable to an ordinary third-stage sky profound realm expert. In other words, Even if he faced an ordinary third-stage sky profound realm expert, he still had hope of escaping if he used the wings of Light Cloud. There was a pair of wings on Chunzong's back. The wings were 2 meters long and were formed by strands of bright yellow light ribbons that were as thick as fingers. They swayed unsteadily like seaweed. As he flew, Chunzong suddenly took out a mid-rank spirit sword. As for his feet, the blade of the sword stuck close to his feet. It looked like he was flying on a sword. However, this wasn't true flying on a sword. It was just Chunzong's little mischievous hobby. Before flying to the famed Sword Mountain Range, Chunzong found a deserted area and quickly landed. He put away the wings of Light Cloud. After refining the wings of Light Cloud, he could store them into his body at will. Then, Chunzong took out a mid-rank spirit source and absorbed the energy of the mid-rank spirit source to replenish the wings of Light Cloud's consumption. At the same time, he used his movement skill to quickly leave. Although the wings of Light Cloud was good, using it to fly still consumed a lot of energy. It couldn't be maintained for too long. Chunzong estimated that the wings of Light Cloud's energy would be exhausted in about half an hour. However, if he activated the wings of Light Cloud's energy to increase his speed, the energy consumption would be lower. After leaving the famed Sword Mountain Range, Chunzong flew out of the Bright Sword Continent. For this training trip, Chunzong planned to leave the Bright Sword Continent and travel to other continents. There was once a sword ancestor who left a maxim, practicing the sword for 100 years. In a palace with a ferocious exterior and an oppressive interior, a tall and muscular figure sat on a throne. A terrifying pressure emanated from this person, filling the surroundings. At this time, a figure wearing a black ghost mask rushed into the palace like a gust of wind. He knelt down on one knee and said, "Lord Maniac, our men have found traces of Chunzong of the Extreme Sky Association at the Ancient Tree Pavilion. Confirm his identity and capture him alive. If necessary, kill him." Mad Ghost's closed eyes suddenly opened, and an even more terrifying aura burst forth. The shocking pressure seemed to cause the entire palace to tremble as if it was about to collapse. Yes, the ghost-masked, black-clothed man who was kneeling on one knee immediately replied. Then his figure flashed and transformed into a wisp of black wind as he left. After the ghost-faced man left, Maniac closed his eyes again. A shocking pressure filled the surroundings, and traces of heavenly vein power lingered around his body. Ever since the spirit Gold's secret realm, Maniac regarded Chunzong as a threat and wanted to get rid of him. Therefore, he ordered the Skyscraper Association's intelligence personnel to pay full attention to Chunzong's movements and traces. It was precisely because of this that they were able to discover Chunzong's whereabouts within a day of his departure from Mingjian Mountain's Extreme Sky Association. Whether it was Chunzong himself, the Skyscraper Association's leader, or Sword Sovereign Azure Dragon, they all underestimated how much attention Maniac paid to Chunzong. Otherwise, he wouldn't have let Chunzong leave like this. The Ancient Tree Pavilion was a rather famous scenic spot in Mingjian Continent. The reason why it was so famous was that a sword ancestor once discussed the sword here, and it was regarded as a much-told story. After Chunzong rested for a while in the Ancient Tree Pavilion, he continued on his journey. Unexpectedly, in less than a quarter of an hour of rest, his tracks were discovered. To tell the truth, Chunzong had tried his best to hide himself. Chunzong was heading south of Mingjian Continent. After passing the Ancient Tree Pavilion, he would arrive at a large canyon about 1,000 miles away. The canyon seemed to have been split open by an ancient giant. The left and right sides of the canyon were thousands of meters high, and the canyon was 7 or 8 meters wide. With a swoosh, Chunzong's figure had already rushed out and entered the canyon. Suddenly, Chunzong's eyes narrowed slightly. A cold light flashed past, but he didn't slow down as if he didn't notice anything. Silently, a black light fell from the sky. It was extremely fast, like a black aurora or a spiritual snake. It was amazingly agile. The moment it approached Chunzong, it circled around him like lightning, trying to bind Chunzong. At the same time, black figures condensed around him. With a wave of their hands, black auroras broke through the air. The black auroras intertwined and formed an inescapable net, cutting off all of Chunzong's escape routes. The attack was so sudden, and there was no room to dodge. All of his escape routes were blocked. Chunzong's expression did not change. He was as calm as the water in an ancient well. However, there was a sharp glint in his eyes. The black strands that came from the surroundings were elastic ropes. They were about the thickness of a pinky finger, and they emitted a terrifying coldness. In a flash, Chunzong unsheathed his sword. The heavenly will sword turned into a ball of sword light and surrounded him, protecting him firmly. The black ropes shot at him, but they were all blocked by the sword light. However, each rope contained a terrible power, which made Chunzong's long sword tremble. Borrowing and offloading, strong bamboo in the wind, double strength. With the use of various techniques, Chunzong completely blocked and repelled the dozens of ropes coming from all around him. He stretched his body and soared into the sky like a bird. He was as fast as lightning, and his sword pierced through the air, stabbing towards a black figure falling from the sky. This sword was incomparably sharp and held nothing back. Even an ordinary 8th level Earth Spirit Realm cultivator wouldn't be able to withstand its sharpness and would be killed immediately. However, the black figure falling from the sky was no small matter. His cultivation had reached the early 9th level of the Earth Spirit Realm, and his strength was even stronger than an ordinary 9th level Earth Spirit Realm cultivator. Facing Chunzong's sharp sword, he shifted his body in midair, and the black light of his blade flashed, striking down like a waterfall from the 9 heavens. The other dozen or so black-clothed figures all drew their long blades, displaying fierce and ruthless blade techniques as they attacked. Chunzong keenly discovered that these black-clothed men were all wearing ghost masks. The ghost masks were abnormally ferocious, and their eyes flashed with a frightening cold light. As long as one saw it once, it would definitely leave a deep impression. Chunzong was sure that this was the first time he'd seen these people. Each of their auras was shockingly strong, and they were at least at the 7th level of the Earth Spirit Realm. There were even some 8th and 9th level Earth Spirit Realm cultivators. "Who are you?" Chunzong asked as he used his sword to shatter the blade light and counterattack. However, these black-clothed figures didn't pay any attention to Chunzong. They were all silent as they attacked madly with their ghost head blades. "Ghost face guards." Chunzong spoke again. "Your maniacs, ghost face guards." As a member of the Empyrean Association, and a very important one at that, Chunzong naturally knew more about the Skyscraper Association, especially about Maniac. Chunzong had listed him as his second must-kill target, so he naturally had to know more about him. Maniac had a group of terrifying cultivators under his command. They were handpicked and trained by Maniac, and they only served Maniac. They usually wore ghost face masks, wore black clothes, and used ghost head blades as their weapons. They were called the Ghost Face Guards. The Ghost Face Guards were Maniac's personal force. Strictly speaking, they weren't part of the Skyscraper Association. Therefore, they usually didn't appear when the Skyscraper Association was on the move. Although the Ghost Face Guards rarely appeared, their fierce reputation frightened many people in the Brightsword continent. Not only was it because they were personally trained by Maniac, but it was also because their cultivation was profound, their strength was terrifying, and their ability to kill was astonishing. It was rumored that when Maniac trained the Ghost Face Guards, he selected many of them and placed them in dangerous places. Only those who could kill their way out of these dangerous places were qualified to become Ghost Face Guards. The death rate was very high. Therefore, even if the Ghost Face Guards weren't geniuses, they were still powerful enough to suppress ordinary cultivators of the same realm. They could even challenge those of a higher realm. The black-clothed figures didn't admit or deny it. Their purpose was to capture Chunzong, and if they couldn't, then they would kill him. Compared to capturing, it was easier for them to kill their target. This was because every Ghost Face Guard was selected from life and death situations. Their killing intent was very strong, and their killing techniques were astonishing. The cultivation methods and martial arts they practiced were all for the sake of killing. The dozen or so powerful Ghost Face Guards gave Chunzong quite a bit of pressure. Their saber techniques were very exquisite. Every saber technique abandoned all uselessness and magnificence. It was purely for the sake of killing the target. This was not some profound saber technique, but it was a very practical saber technique that focused on killing. There was also a figure standing in the air above the canyon. It was a black-clothed ghost face guard with a ghost head blade at his waist. An even more shocking aura rippled around him. It was a sky profound realm ghost face guard. If the ghost face guards of the Earth Spirit realm couldn't do anything to Qinzong, then he, a sky profound realm ghost face guard, would do it. Although he didn't think that capturing or killing an Earth Spirit realm cultivator would require him to do it himself, it was better to be prepared. Besides, this was Lord Maniac's orders, and he had to do it well. Now it seemed that this person had some ability. He was actually able to withstand the attacks of more than a dozen ghost face guards at the late stage of the Earth Spirit realm. Qinzong's body was immediately filled with a faint golden aura. Powerful ripples rippled outwards as he reached the peak of the 9th level of the Earth Spirit realm. Powerful strength filled his entire body as Qinzong's eyes shone with a sharp golden light, shocking the world like the edge of a sword. Heavenly Scar. A sword slashed through the air, as if it was going to split the heavens and earth. 3 ghost face guards paused as their bodies were cut in half, and blood sprayed into the air. The ghost face guards were indeed strong, but Qinzong was even stronger, especially when his cultivation level was higher than theirs. He was able to directly crush them. After killing 3 ghost face guards with a single slash, Qinzong waved his sword again and pierced another ghost face guard, killing it instantly. Kill! 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 In a short span of a breath, more than half of the ghost face guards had been killed by Qinzong. There was only a small half left. Chapter 944. The blade light was pitch black, as if it had absorbed all the light in the surroundings, creating an area of absolute darkness. Qinzong couldn't help but tremble, and a chill seemed to come from the deepest part of his body. That darkness contained an extremely terrifying power. It directly pressed down on Qinzong like a formless dark mountain. The pressure came from every direction, causing Qinzong's body to stop and be unable to move. In the darkness, an extremely sharp blade light came, and it was invincible. Explode. With a low shout, Qinzong's eyes shot out an incomparably astonished light that flashed across the sky like a bolt of lightning. The tyrannical power of ascension to the heavens was also instantly compressed and erupted. Holding the sword hilt with both hands, he slashed out as if he was carrying a mountain. This sword was slow and steady, and contained an unparalleled power, which pushed Qinzong's power to the extreme. The sword slashed out as if it had torn the dark sky and left a fine sword light. The light cloud wings were activated, and his body became extremely light and agile, as if it had lost all its weight. With a thought, Qinzong's body quickly rushed out, following the trace left by the sword. In a flash, he passed by a ghost face guard and conveniently killed it with one slash. With a boom, the pitch-black blade light slashed on the hard ground of the canyon, and the fragile ground was torn apart like tofu, collapsing inch by inch. The astonishing power was like a raging wave, rushing in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the area of hundreds of meters was filled with the terrifying black blade light, and everything within that area was strangled. Not dead. The eyes of the sky, profound realm ghost face guard in the sky emitted a cold light, and he stared at a bright yellow flowing light. His body flashed, and he turned into a black blade light and chased after it. Qinzong already knew that there was a sky, profound realm expert here, and he still attacked him. With his ability, he was no match for a sky, profound realm expert, and he didn't even have the ability to resist. Run, run, run as fast as you can. Fortunately, senior brother Duan had gifted him the wings of light cloud before he left. Otherwise, he would probably have died here. The power of the wings of light cloud was activated to the extreme, forming a pair of wings of light that gathered on his back. Each of the wings of light fluttered like the wings of a flying bird, increasing Qinzong's speed to the extreme. This was the speed of an ordinary third-level sky profound realm warrior. The ghost face guard of the profound sky realm was furious. His cultivation was at the first level of the profound sky realm, so his speed was a bit faster than an ordinary first-level profound sky realm warrior. However, he still couldn't compare with a second-level Profound Sky Realm Warrior, let alone a third-level Profound Sky Realm Warrior. Qinzong's speed was so fast that it was impossible to catch up to him. Even using the power of the heavenly veins to restrain him was difficult. In just a few breaths of time, Qinzong's figure disappeared from the eyes of the heavenly Profound Realm Ghost Face Guards. Damn it! The Sky Profound Realm Ghost Mass Guard's voice was cold and harsh, his killing intent like fire. He was an expert of the Profound Sky Realm. Even if he was only at the first level of the Profound Sky Realm, he was still an invincible opponent of the Earth Spirit Realm. Now, an Earth Spirit Realm warrior had escaped right under his nose. He could imagine how furious Lord Maniac would be when he reported this to the higher-ups. You guys send the news back immediately. I'm going to continue the chase. The Ghost Face Guard of the first level of the Profound Sky Realm ordered the other Ghost Face Guards of the Earth Spirit Realm, who were still alive. As soon as his voice fell, the Ghost Face Guard of the first level of the Profound Sky Realm immediately burst out with full speed, chasing after Qinzong. After flying for a while, the power of the wings of Light Cloud was mostly consumed. Qinzong didn't sense any danger, so he immediately landed, put away the wings of Light Cloud, and absorbed the pure spirit chi of the mid-grade Spirit Source to recover. Spirit Source was very precious to most warriors, but it was nothing to Qinzong. He had a lot of it in his Void Ring, so he couldn't use it all. I have to be more careful from now on, Qinzong said secretly. In order to kill him, even a Profound Sky Realm warrior was sent out. He had to be careful. He escaped. Mad Ghost, who was inside the oppressive palace, suddenly opened his eyes when he received the news. His saber light flashed out, and the void seemed to be split open. Two faint saber marks slowly disappeared in the air. Anger grew from the bottom of his heart, like layers of volcanic magma, almost erupting. A bunch of trash. A cold snort full of anger rushed out of Maniac's nose, turned into a storm, and directly bombarded the Ghost Face Guard who was kneeling in front of him. The Ghost Face Guard was bombarded and rolled back. His limbs seemed to fall apart, and he couldn't help but vomit blood. However, this Ghost Face Guard didn't dare to say anything, but quickly got up and knelt again, lowering his head, as if waiting for his punishment. Send Ghost Hand. Maniac didn't want to get angry, and quickly calmed down. The first 2 times he wanted to kill Qinzong, but Qinzong escaped. Now that it was the 3rd time, it didn't seem so hard to accept. Lord Ghost Hand. The kneeling Ghost Face Guard couldn't help but tremble. I'll do it myself, Maniac said again, and the Ghost Face Guard trembled again. Lord Maniac was going to do it himself. Originally, Maniac didn't want to do it himself because his cultivation had reached a critical juncture and there was hope for further improvement. However, if Qinzong didn't die, he couldn't be at ease. He always felt that one day, Qinzong would become a big problem. Maniac didn't have much confidence that he could be crowned emperor. It was too difficult. Thinking about Qinzong's talent, he thought that one day he would reach his height or even surpass him. When that time came, it would be a disaster. While he was still weak, he had to kill him to prevent future troubles. Not long after, 2 figures flew out of the palace. One of them was Maniac. He was tall and strong, and his broad shoulders seemed to be able to carry a mountain. The huge blade on his back made his aura even more shocking. The other figure was slender and thin, giving people the feeling that he was a skeleton holding up a black robe. He wore half a ghost mask on his face. His hands were hidden in the long and wide sleeves of his robe. Occasionally, one would catch a glimpse of his black and withered hands, as if they weren't human hands, but the hands of an evil spirit. My lord, who is worthy of you personally taking action? Just leave it to me. Ghost Hand's voice was dark and gloomy. Listening to it made people feel uncomfortable and cold. Although this person is in the Earth Spirit Realm, his talent is amazing. If he is given enough time to grow, he will become a big problem for us in the future. Maniac said neither quickly nor slowly. His attitude towards Ghost Hand was obviously different from how he treated the others. Although Ghost Hand was also one of the Ghost Face Guards and a subordinate that he had personally trained, Ghost Hand was more special. Firstly, Ghost Hand had been with him for the longest time. He had done many things for him and killed many people. He was loyal and devoted. Secondly, Ghost Hand's cultivation was the highest among the Ghost Face Guards, reaching the 8th level of the Sky Profound Realm. His strength was also very strong. Earth Spirit Realm. Ghost Hand was shocked when he heard this. A mere Earth Spirit Realm cultivator was worthy of Lord Maniac's attention. He was even sending him out personally. Ghost Hand was suddenly filled with curiosity about the Earth Spirit Realm cultivator. Let's go. No matter what, this person must die. Maniac's voice fell as he turned into a ray of black light and streaked across the sky like a shooting star. Ghost Hand also moved at the same time, turning into a ghostly shadow and following closely behind Maniac as if he was weightless. The flying speed of an expert of the 8th level of the Sky Profound Realm was very shocking. He passed by in a blink of an eye and disappeared. The dense forest was verdant and lush. Tall trees towered into the sky. Countless vines wrapped around the trees like coiled pythons. There was a slight sound of wind breaking. A figure came from afar like a ray of light. The moment he appeared, he had already traversed thousands of meters and disappeared into the distance. Qinzong maintained a high speed and light body technique as he passed through the forest. This way, he could use the forest to hide his tracks and make it harder for others to find him. The pursuit of the Ghost Face Guards made Qinzong even more cautious. This forest was very large and stretched as far as the eye could see. Not long after, a figure flew over from the sky. He was wearing a black robe and a ghost mask. It was the 1st level of the Sky Profound Realm Ghost Face Guard who was chasing after Qinzong. The Ghost Face Guard paused in the air above the forest. His cold eyes shot out a sharp light as he scanned the forest below, looking for Qinzong's tracks. Unfortunately, the forest was so dense and lush that it covered everything inside. He couldn't see anything at all. Even if you run to the ends of the earth, you won't be able to escape from me. The Ghost Face Guard muttered to himself. His cold voice swept across like a cold wind. Immediately, his body moved again and turned into a black light as he flew forward. Although Qinzong had tried his best to hide his tracks and eliminate the aura fluctuation he left behind, the Ghost Face Guard, who was in the 1st level of the Sky Profound Realm, was very good at tracking. He followed a little imperceptible trace and followed him. Qinzong, who was passing through the dense forest, suddenly had a feeling of fear, as if something bad was about to happen. His eyes were as sharp as the edge of a sword, and he saw everything around him clearly. In the bushes 700 meters to his right, a ferocious wolf was hiding. Its green eyes were staring at him, waiting for the best opportunity to pounce. On the branches of a big tree 1,300 meters to his left, a poisonous snake as thick as a thigh was coiled up. It didn't move at all. The color of its body was very similar to the color of the surrounding vines. If it weren't for Qinzong's sharp eyes, he might have mistaken it for a vine. But as soon as he got close to a certain distance, the hidden poisonous snake would erupt in an instant and attack him like lightning. Qinzong moved his body. He didn't move to the left or the right. Instead, he moved forward. His body was so light and fast that the ferocious wolf and the poisonous snake didn't have any chance. After an unknown amount of time, Qinzong finally rushed out of the forest. Behind the forest was a river that was thousands of meters wide. The river was very fast, rolling up heavy waves and rolling away. His body didn't stop, and he walked across the water. Over there, the Ghost Face Guard, who was in the 1st level of the Sky Profound Realm, narrowed his eyes. A cold light shot out and locked onto a figure in the distance. Immediately, he rushed over at full speed. Feeling something, Qinzong looked back at the sky. He saw a figure break through the sky at an amazing speed like a black lightning. Chapter 945. The wings of Light Cloud was light and agile, carrying Qinzong's body and flying across the sky at an astonishing speed, leaving only a bright yellow aurora behind. Damn it! The Ghost Face Guard at the 1st stage of the Profound Sky Realm was furious. Every time he got close to his opponent would explode with an astonishing speed and escape, making it impossible for him to get close and use his strength that was far superior to his opponent. If he could get close enough, he would be able to restrain his opponent with the power of the heavenly veins, making it impossible for him to escape. Unfortunately, his opponent's reaction was too fast, and so was his speed. Realizing that his opponent had been chasing him, Chunzong flew for half an hour this time. When he stopped, he didn't stop, but continued to move forward with his movement skill. At the same time, he took out his spiritual source to replenish the wings of light cloud's energy. When the wings of light cloud's energy was fully replenished, he used it again to fly. This repeated many times, and after experiencing several dangers, Chunzong finally arrived at the border of Brightsword Continent. On this side, the Brightsword Continent was adjacent to another large continent, the Proud Sword Continent. The Proud Sword Continent was a large continent governed by the Proud Sword Heavenly Sect. Compared to the Bright Sword Continent, not only was the territory more vast, the overall strength was also more powerful. However, although the Proud Sword Continent and the Bright Sword Continent were adjacent to each other, there was a gap between them, and this gap was a desert. The desert was boundless and the sand was golden, as if it was paved with golden sand, dazzling and eye-catching. This desert was called the Sword Burial Desert. If one wanted to reach the Bright Sword Continent from the Proud Sword Continent, they had to pass through the Sword Burial Desert, which was very dangerous. This was also one of the reasons why the Proud Sword Continent didn't know about the opening of the Gold Spirit's secret territory. The other reason was that when the Gold Spirit's secret territory opened, the powerful forces of the Bright Sword Continent and the Nine-Star Continent blocked the news and occupied it. The Sword Burial Desert wasn't listed as a danger zone, but it wasn't any worse than a danger zone. The desert beasts lurking in the desert came and went like ghosts. They could be said to be the killers of the desert. In addition, there were some bandits running amok. What was worse was that they encountered natural disasters like sandstorms. Even profound sky realm experts could be killed. Even so, there were still some people who would cross the Burial Sword Desert to do business between the Proud Sword Continent and the Bright Sword Continent. As he looked at the boundless desert, Chunzong did not stop at all. He took a step forward and charged into the Sword Burial Desert like a gust of wind. As soon as he stepped into the desert, he could feel the blazing heat everywhere. The blazing sun in the sky seemed to become even hotter because of this. Beams of light shot down from the sky like fiery swords. This kind of blazing high temperature was unbearable for martial artists with low cultivation. It wouldn't take long for them to dry up. If it were an ordinary person, they would die in less than a quarter of an hour due to excessive loss of water. However, this kind of high temperature didn't affect Chunzong in the slightest. Any normal transcendent wouldn't be affected because their physique had already undergone a transformation, making them different from ordinary cultivators, allowing them to better adapt to a variety of environments. The blazing heat and environment of the desert buried the traces and aura fluctuations left behind by Chunzong, making it even harder for the first layer of the Heavenly Profound Realm Ghostface Guard to catch up. When the first layer of the Heavenly Profound Realm Ghostface Guard caught up to him and saw the endless golden desert, he was suddenly in a dilemma. At this point, even with his outstanding chasing ability, he couldn't do anything. He directly lost track of Chunzong and couldn't detect the aura he left behind. Chase! Gritting his teeth, the first layer of the Heavenly Profound Realm Ghostface Guard made up his mind. Sir Maniac sent him and the others to deal with an Earth Spirit Realm cultivator. But in the end, a group of Earth Spirit Realm Ghostface Guards was killed by the other party. As a Heavenly Profound Realm Ghostface Guard, he couldn't do anything to the other party and even let the other party escape. Even if he didn't chase after him, he would still be punished. The Sword Burial Desert was indeed very dangerous, but with his strength, as long as he was careful enough and didn't encounter a natural disaster, he would basically be fine. In a flash, the first layer of the Heavenly Profound Realm Ghostface Guard immediately fled into the Sword Burial Desert. However, he couldn't find any trace of Chunzong and could only move forward based on his senses. About half a day later, two figures flew over from afar like streaks of light in the sky. Wherever they passed, two vacuum belts spread out for hundreds of miles. The newcomers were Maniac and Ghost Hand. "Sir, it seems that this little thing has entered the Sword Burial Desert." Ghost Hand's hoarse voice sounded obscure and unpleasant to the ears. "He thinks he can escape by entering the Sword Burial Desert." A cold smile hung on the corner of Maniac's mouth, but a cold light flashed through his eyes. "Ghost Hand, you and I will split into two groups. If you find him, kill him without mercy." "Yes," Ghost Hand immediately responded. Previously, Maniac had planned to capture Qinzong alive in order to interrogate Qinzong about his secrets, but now he had given up on this idea. It was better to kill him to prevent any accidents from happening to Tushan. In an instant, Maniac and Ghost Hand split up and entered the Sword Burial Desert at the same time, advancing in different directions. They also released their spiritual senses and covered a radius of hundreds of miles, covering everything within that radius. If there was even the slightest movement in the wind, it would immediately be discovered. In other words, if Qinzong appeared within this radius of hundreds of miles, he wouldn't be able to escape from Maniac or Ghost Hand's pursuit. Fortunately, Qinzong had entered the Sword Burial Desert nearly a day earlier than Maniac and Ghost Hand. With Qinzong's speed, he had already advanced far enough that he wouldn't be found in a short time. Golden sand sputtered like waves in the sky. A pitch-black cold light tore through the sky like a death god scythe with terrifying killing intent, fiercely stabbing toward Qinzong's body. Qinzong's eyes flashed as he clearly saw the pitch-black cold light. It was a huge scorpion tail that looked like a huge scythe. It was extremely terrifying. An ordinary earthly spirit realm early-stage cultivator wouldn't be able to dodge this attack and would be killed before they could even react. However, Qinzong wasn't an earthly spirit realm early-stage cultivator. Not only did he see the attack clearly, he even grasped its trajectory. His figure flashed and dodged the fierce attack of the scorpion tail. He unsheathed his long sword and stabbed it into the golden sand. The sword light was extremely sharp and condensed into a beam of light that pierced through the golden sand. The huge scorpion beast hiding under the golden sand was directly pierced through. The terrifying sword Qi twisted its body and destroyed its vitality. After killing the scorpion beast with a single sword strike, Qinzong didn't stop and immediately moved away. There were many insect beasts living in the Sword Burial Desert, and almost all of them were at the Transcendent Realm. The weakest were at the early Mortal Realm, and the strongest were at the late Profound Heaven Realm. Of course, there were very few insect beasts at the Profound Heaven Realm, and they rarely appeared. It was also a kind of luck to encounter them. The more active insect beasts were at the extreme Mortal Realm and Earthly Spirit Realm. Most of the insect beasts were hiding under the sand. With their unique sensing ability, they could sense all movements in the desert and attack. For the insect beasts in the desert, everything was prey that could be hunted. Even other insect beasts were prey. In this place, the law of the jungle was played to the extreme. After a while, Qinzong saw a caravan. The caravan didn't look big and only had a few dozen people. Most of them were guards. Most of them were at the extreme Mortal Realm, and a few were at the Earthly Spirit Realm. With the existence of the mustard seed bag, many goods could be stored in it. It was much lighter and didn't require a large number of people to travel. While mobilizing a large number of people, it would also delay the process. However, the mustard seed bag wasn't omnipotent. After all, no matter how good the mustard seed bag was, there was still a limit to its space. If a trading firm wanted to expand and earn more profits, it naturally needed to transport and sell more goods. Therefore, every caravan would carry many mustard seed bags with them when they traveled. Each mustard seed bag was filled with goods. With so many goods, it was natural that there would be escorts to avoid accidents. The appearance of Qinzong immediately made the faces of the several dozen people in the caravan turn cold. Their cold eyes fell on Qinzong, as if Qinzong made the slightest move, they would immediately attack him. The Transcendents who could escort a caravan through the Sword Burial Desert were all battle-hardened. Each of them had walked through many life and death situations. None of them were easy to deal with. Qinzong ignored them and continued forward. Everyone looked at Qinzong's figure in the distance and breathed a sigh of relief. Keep going. Don't let your guard down, because the slightest bit of vigilance could cost you your life. In this desert, man-made disasters were one thing, but there were also fierce and terrifying desert insects lurking around. Even more unlucky was encountering natural disasters, but relatively speaking, the probability of encountering natural disasters was very low. Boss, I found 2 targets. The first target is only 1 person, and the other target is a caravan with several dozen people. A strong man rushed to the one-eyed man and quickly reported. What's the cultivation of the first target? The one-eyed man asked. I can't see his cultivation, but he's very young. I guess he's only at the extreme mortal realm. The strong man smiled and said, based on my years of experience, this person has an extraordinary background. He's at least from a first-class force, and he's also a genius. He's very confident in himself. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to step into the sword burial desert alone. I believe in your vision. All right, take 2 brothers and kill that genius. See if there's anything good. The one-eyed man waved his hand and immediately said, Yes, boss. The strong man smiled and called out to his 2 companions, who were not weak, and immediately went to Chinzong. Brothers, follow me. Let's do something big, the one-eyed man shouted to the rest of the bandits. Let's go. I hope there are women. The several dozen bandits were full of enthusiasm. The sword burial desert was very dangerous. Being a bandit was like having your head hanging on your waist. It could fall off at any time. The pressure was very high, and the way to vent was to kill people and play with women. You go and kill him, the strong man said to his left companion. The sturdy man laughed as he spoke to his companion on the left. His companion was an expert at the 5th level of the extreme mortal realm, and he was very strong. Chapter 946. Resist and Struggle. The burly man with missing a corner of his lips approached Chinzong with a hideous smile. His terrible, evil spirit swept out like a storm, rolling up the golden sand. Chinzong's expression did not change at all. All the threats and evil spirit of the other party were just a breeze in Chinzong's eyes. If it were in normal times, perhaps Chinzong would be willing to let the other party perform, but now he was not in the mood for leisure. Before the other party finished speaking, Chinzong used his finger as a sword to cut the void. A dazzling sword light tore through the sky and arrived in an instant. The burly man with a hideous face, the strong man, and the third bandit did not have time to react before their bodies were cut by the sword light. They still had a hideous sneer on their faces. With a sweep of his soul sense, Chinzong took the mustard seed bags of the 3 bandits and left without looking back. There were 3 bandits here, which often meant that there were more bandits nearby. Although Chinzong was not afraid, he did not want to be delayed. At this time, an invisible wave spread rapidly from a distance. It was as fast as lightning, invisible, colorless, and silent. But in an instant, Chinzong could not help but tense up and his heart contracted violently. A strong feeling of palpitations swept through his body like a volcanic eruption. He trembled all over, and a chill came from his tailbone to his brain. His long hair seemed to be about to explode. Without any hesitation, Chinzong immediately used the distance shrinking technique and appeared hundreds of thousands of meters away in a flash. Once, twice, and thrice, Chinzong did not care about the consumption of his strength and kept using the distance shrinking technique in order to get away as soon as possible. But the strong feeling of palpitations did not reduce at all. Instead, it tended to become more and more intense. Chinzong, this time, let's see where you can escape to. A voice full of killing intent directly penetrated into Chinzong's ears, causing his face to change greatly. This voice was obviously Maniac's. Chinzong's heart sank, as if he was about to fall into an endless abyss. Although Chinzong had a strong desire to kill the Maniac and wanted to kill the Maniac to pay tribute to the dead Elder Tang Yaoa, he knew very well that with his current strength, he was far from being a match for the Maniac. The difference between the Earth Spirit Realm and the Sky Profound Realm was too great. It was like the difference between heaven and earth, not to mention that Maniac stood at the peak of the Sky Profound Realm. Even so, Chinzong had no intention of waiting for death without putting up a fight. As long as there was a chance, he would seize it. Even if there was no chance, he would try his best to create one. Taking out some medicinal pellets, Huang Xiaolong swallowed them and continued to use the earth shrinking technique. Then, He once again activated the light cloud wing's power and flew away. Suddenly, Qinzong felt a vast and boundless aura press down on him from all directions. The strength of this aura was unparalleled, and it made Qinzong feel as if he had suddenly become the enemy of the heavens and earth, as if the heavens and earth were rejecting him. He couldn't move. No matter how strong he was or how many tricks he had up his sleeves, it was all useless. The only thing left in his body that could move was his eyes. In the next breath, a tall and muscular figure appeared in front of him. A domineering and violent aura wantonly spread out in all directions. Qinzong's eyes trembled, and he felt as if he was about to sink into an abyss. Maniac. The person in front of him was Maniac. The first time the Maniac had wanted to kill him, it was Elder Tang Yaohe who had sacrificed himself so that he could escape. It was even Sword's sovereign Azure Dragon who had appeared at the critical moment and intercepted the Maniac, saving him from disaster. The second time the Maniac had wanted to kill him, it was Sword's sovereign Azure Dragon who had arrived in time to save him. Now it was the third time. Qinzong did not dare to hope that Sword's sovereign Azure Dragon would appear again, because he knew that Sword's sovereign Azure Dragon was in seclusion before he left. "Sir, is that him?" At this moment, another hoarse and piercing voice rang out, and another figure appeared. This person had half a ghost face mask, and his body was so thin that it looked as if his skeleton was supporting his black robe. It was a hair-raising sight. "That's him," Maniac sneered. "Little thing, let's see who can save you this time." The previous 2 times, Sword's sovereign Azure Dragon had intercepted him at the last moment. This time, he had Ghostly Hand with him. Even if Sword's sovereign Azure Dragon appeared again, he would not be able to stop him from killing Qinzong. After all, Ghostly Hand was the #1 expert under his command. Even he would have to expend some effort to defeat and kill him. It was enough to delay Sword sovereign Azure Dragon for a few breaths. And a few breaths' time was enough for him to kill Qinzong hundreds of times. "Sir, let me do it," Ghostly Hand said. "Okay." Maniac nodded. Qinzong was a threat to him, but not now, but in the future. Therefore, he would not be a shadow. There was no need for him to do it himself. As long as Qinzong died, it would be enough. If Ghostly Hand did it, he could be on guard. If Sword's sovereign Azure Dragon really appeared suddenly, he could intercept him immediately. "It's your fortune to die in my hands." Ghostly Hand laughed. His voice was so sharp that it made Qinzong's scalp go numb. Immediately, Ghostly Hand raised his left arm. The wide sleeve of his robe was pitch black, like a black hole. It made people's hearts palpitate. Then, a palm came out of it. At that moment, Qinzong's pupils shrank. He only saw a withered palm like a ghost claw reach out and silently penetrate the sky. One hand covered the sky and the sun, and darkness descended. Qinzong's pupils shrank. There seemed to be a vortex forming in the dark claw. He only felt that his mind and soul were about to be sucked into it and fall into it forever. Explode. He couldn't make a sound. With a thought, he roared in his soul. At that moment, Qinzong poured all of his strength into the Tower of Ascension, activating the power of the tower. Then, a golden brilliance swept out from the Tower of Ascension, covering Qinzong's entire body at an astonishing speed. It was as if a pale golden translucent tower had firmly protected Qinzong. With a boom, Ghostly Hand's palm directly hit the pale golden tower's shadow. The incomparably tyrannical power bombarded the protective shield, bursting out with an incomparably terrifying momentum. Like a wild wave, the golden sand rolled out like a 100-meter-tall wave, rushing to the sky and sweeping the earth. However, Ghostly Hand's eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. Maniac's eyes were also wide open, his face full of shock. Ghostly Hand's attack wasn't at full strength, but it was at least 70% of his strength. It was completely capable of injuring or even killing an ordinary 7th-layer Profound Sky Realm warrior. But now, it couldn't do anything to an Earth Spirit Realm warrior, an Earth Spirit Realm warrior who was like an ant. That tyrannical attack was actually completely blocked by the pale golden tower shadow. Only layers upon layers of ripples could be seen surging on its surface. Little did they know that Qinzong was secretly relieved when he saw that the pale golden protective shield had blocked his opponent's attack. The Tower of Ascension was a half-step saint weapon. After Qinzong had refined it, he knew that there were 3 uses for the Tower of Ascension. In other words, there were 3 uses for the Tower of Ascension. The first was to activate the power of the Tower of Ascension and fill his entire body, greatly increasing his strength. However, it was useless in the current situation. Therefore, even if Qinzong activated the power to the limit of what he could bear, he would at most be at the limit of the Earth Spirit Realm. There was still a huge gap between him and the profound Sky Realm. The second was to activate the power of the Tower of Ascension and transform it into a shadow that covered his entire body. This method didn't have the slightest bit of offensive power. It was purely for defense. Qinzong had tried this method before. He vaguely knew that it could withstand the attack of the profound Sky Realm, but he didn't know the limit. Now that he had no other choice, he used this method. He didn't expect that it would actually be able to block his opponent's attack. Seeing that his attack didn't work, Ghost Claw suddenly took a deep breath and unleashed all of his power. He struck out with his palm and once again bombarded the shadow of the Tower of Ascension. With a boom, the golden sand exploded several hundred meters high, but the shadow of the Tower of Ascension still didn't shatter. Although it was blocked again, Qinzong didn't feel happy, because in this situation, he couldn't move at all. It was as if he had become one with the shadow of the Tower of Ascension. He could only passively take the attacks. Moreover, the shadow of the Tower of Ascension couldn't withstand an unlimited amount of attacks. It would break sooner or later. This method was at most to buy time and wait for help. But in this place, who could save him? Maniac also attacked. His fist was ferocious and filled with all of his power. It was as if a mountain had crashed down, as if a meteorite had fallen from the sky. Its power was even stronger than Ghost Claw's. Boom! The shadow of the Tower of Ascension suddenly trembled as if it was about to shatter, but it stubbornly held on. Qinzong's expression changed greatly. "I can't hold on for much longer," Qinzong said secretly. He was anxious. Is it the only way? Thinking of that step, even though Qinzong had a strong heart, he couldn't help but hesitate, because taking that step might mean death. While he was hesitating, Maniac and Ghost Claw's attacks continued to bombard him. Each attack contained all of their power. The shaking of the Tower of Ascension let them know that it was not far from shattering. Once the shadow of the Tower of Ascension was shattered, Qinzong would definitely die. Speaking of which, Maniac still had some fear in his heart. This Qinzong was not only lucky, but also had a lot of tricks up his sleeve. With a cracking sound, the first crack appeared on the shadow of the Tower of Ascension. It meant that the shadow of the Tower of Ascension was truly broken. It could only withstand 2 or 3 more attacks before it completely shattered. Another cracking sound rang out, and more cracks spread out like lightning. There was no time for hesitation. He made a prompt decision. Fine, I'll use all of my power in exchange for a moment of glory. After making up his mind, Qinzong felt relaxed. His eyes emitted an extremely sharp brilliance, like a divine sword being unsheathed. Suddenly, Maniac and Ghost Claw's hearts trembled uncontrollably, as if something terrible was about to happen. Both of them had lived for so long that they didn't know how many life-and-death situations they had experienced. They were very sensitive to danger. Without any hesitation, they immediately retreated. At the same time, the shadow of the Tower of Ascension outside Qinzong's body completely shattered. It turned into tiny bits of light golden light that suddenly exploded and covered a radius of 100 meters. Everything within 100 meters was penetrated and turned into a beehive. Countless tiny bits of golden light shot into Qinzong's body like swallows returning to their nest. Qinzong's body trembled uncontrollably. His face contorted in pain as if he was pierced by thousands of arrows. At the same time, an extremely terrifying power surged within his body. Explode, explode, explode. A series of shocking sounds exploded within Qinzong's body like rolling thunder. Qinzong felt as if his internal organs and bones were being destroyed. Even his muscles and skin were being destroyed, turning into minced meat. He was only being supported by a powerful force. At this time, Qinzong was supported by the power of the Tower of Ascension. Power, endless power, extremely tyrannical power. This kind of power made Qinzong feel that he could sink the earth and shatter the sky. However, This kind of power could only be used once. Chunzong, whose whole body was burning with golden flames, was like a god of war descending to the world. His eyes, which were completely filled with golden flames, seemed to cross the endless void and stare at Maniac. He only had the power for one attack, so he had to focus all of it on one person. Between the two of them, there was no doubt that Maniac would be the one to kill. Being stared at by Chunzong, a chill uncontrollably grew in his body and turned into a cold current that spread all over his body. Maniac couldn't help but tremble and feel frightened for no reason. Die! The low roar was like the sound of the heavens, resounding through heaven and earth. It was as if thousands of thunder were echoing it. The Starfire Spirit Sword was in his hand and instantly unsheathed. It turned into a blazing starfire the size of a human head and blasted out like a meteor breaking through the sky. This starfire was golden in color. The raging flames could burn the sky and destroy the earth. Everything was crushed under it. Starfire Sky Attack. Maniac, who bore the brunt of the attack, was extremely shocked. This sword actually made him feel like death. He hadn't felt this kind of feeling for a long time. I can't block it. I'll die. A thought gushed out from the deepest part of his heart, making Maniac feel an inexplicable panic. However, this sword was too powerful. It was so powerful that everything around him was sealed and solidified. An invisible and powerful force oppressed him, making the strength and speed that he was so proud of restrained. He couldn't dodge or resist it. The only thing waiting for him was to be hit by this sword and then die. A sense of regret grew from the deepest part of his heart. If he hadn't come personally and let Ghost Hand do it, he could have avoided this disaster. The Starfire Sky Attack was mighty and endless. It condensed the power of Chunzong's Heaven Ascension Tower and carried Chunzong's conviction to kill. At this moment, one face after another seemed to flash before his eyes. His father still had other relatives, his master, and people who were close to him. Farewell forever. Sir! A loud roar sounded. Immediately, a figure rushed from the side and appeared in front of the Starfire Sky Attack. Under this terrifying sword, it was instantly shattered. It was Ghost Hand. At the critical moment, Ghost Hand appeared to block this attack. His body was shattered under this terrifying attack, and the power of this attack was weakened by 70%. The remaining 30% still went to kill Maniac. Roar! Maniac exploded with all the power in his body and suddenly slashed out with his sword. It was incomparably violent. The sword light shattered, and the saber light turned into nothingness. Under the overwhelming power, Mad Ghost was sent flying several thousand meters away. He kept coughing out blood as he felt excruciating pain all over his body. It was as though all his bones had been shattered. What a pity! In the golden flames, Chunzong stared regretfully at Maniac's body thousands of meters away. Although he was seriously injured, he didn't die. At this time, he only needed to add another sword to kill Maniac, but he didn't have the strength to do it. As if blown by the wind, the golden flames gradually extinguished. Chunzong's body also seemed to have been weathered for thousands of years. Bit by bit, it turned into golden smoke and dissipated between heaven and earth, leaving nothing behind. Chapter 947. Changing the main character, changing the main character, changing the main character, wahaha. Under the blue sky and white clouds, a small ray of light fell from the sky like a meteor in broad daylight. On the left side of the road, there was a forest that covered an area of dozens of kilometers. In the forest, a figure in blue was running quickly. With a leap, he landed on a tree trunk and flew away like an ape. Landing on the ground, he quickly ran away like a cheetah. A few hundred meters behind the figure in blue, a black shadow slithered along the ground like a snake. His face was covered in a black mask, and his eyes were sharp and cold. Suddenly, a black shadow fell from the tree. A sharp sound pierced through the air, and a black aura condensed into a black light, like a thunderbolt. The green-clothed youth's handsome face revealed a shocked expression. He clenched his teeth and did not slow down. The 3-feet-long blade brought about a cold light that was like water. The misty white aura was like clouds and fog. It was as if a mass of clouds was rotating. It let out a sharp sword whistle and startled countless birds. Very abruptly, the sound of a string vibrated, making one's scalp go numb. There seemed to be a ripple, and a black stream of light flew out from the left, bringing with it a frightening sharp sound, like a night owl pouncing to kill. It was an arrow that looked like a shooting star. The young man in blue didn't have time to react and was immediately hit by the black meteor-like arrow. The arrow pierced through the right side of his chest. The huge force caused the young man in blue to slide back, nailing him to a tree trunk. His back hit the tree trunk with a dull thud, and leaves fell. The severe pain caused the young man in blue to turn pale. The sharp and cold light was extremely dazzling. The young man in blue couldn't help but narrow his eyes and shiver, causing goosebumps to appear all over his body. The stream of light fell from the sky, penetrating the dense leaves and heading straight for the young man's head. In an instant, time and space stopped. "Where is this?" With a slightly panicked voice, the darkness suddenly retreated and was replaced by light. "This is your sea of consciousness." Another voice rang out. It sounded calm, like the water in an ancient well without any ripples. "Knowledge sea? A knowledge sea that can only be opened by a transcendent? How is that possible? I'm only in the 6th layer of the Foundation establishment realm. How can I have a knowledge sea? Who are you? Why is it my sea of consciousness?" A string of words came out from the first voice like a rain of arrows. "My name is Chunzong. This is your sea of consciousness, and it is also my sea of consciousness." The second calm voice replied unhurriedly, "If I hadn't come, you would have been completely dead by now. Your body would have become mine, allowing me to be reborn. You want my body?" The first voice asked again. There was shock, panic, and unwillingness. They had never encountered such a situation before, nor had they ever thought about it. However, he did not go crazy because he recalled the situation just now. He had rushed back home from the sect overnight and was physically and mentally exhausted. On the way, he was intercepted. The interceptor was very strong, and he did not have the confidence to win. So he escaped into the forest and planned to use the terrain to escape. He did not expect that there would be 2 people lying in ambush in the forest. In a moment of carelessness, he was shot by an arrow and nailed to the tree. One of the assassins had already viciously slashed at his neck. In this situation, no matter how unwilling he was, he would not be able to escape death. You have 2 choices. First, be killed. If your head is chopped off, your body will be useless to me, and I will look for another one. Shinzong's voice was frighteningly calm. Second, give up your body to me. From then on, your soul will disappear, but your body will still be there. It's all up to you. I'm very confused now. I need to think about it carefully. The first voice sounded helpless. Okay, think about it first. Your body will be under my control temporarily. We will talk about it after I finish off those 3 people, Chunzong said. Outside, a sharp knife cut through the air. The blade was frighteningly sharp and was approaching the neck of a young man in green. It could cut his neck in half with one stroke. His eyes flashed and focused like a sharp sword out of its sheath. The blade was so sharp that it pierced through the air. The pupils of the man in black who was holding the knife suddenly shrank, as if he had been pricked by needles. He felt a sharp pain and closed his eyes subconsciously. The 3-foot-long sword trembled slightly and moved in a mysterious trajectory. It broke the knife that was coming at him, and, at the same time, slit the throat of the man in black. The sword chi penetrated his body. The right side of his body shook slightly, and a black arrow shot out like a stream of light toward the second man in black. His genuine chi stimulated his muscles to contract and stop the bleeding. He took a step forward and stepped heavily on the soft ground with his right foot. His strength exploded, and his body was crouched close to the ground. He was as swift as an arrow leaving the bow. With the sword in his hand, the dense sword chi was swallowing and spitting out. He became one with the sword, and his speed soared again. So fast. The third man in black was slithering on the ground like a poisonous snake. Seeing the speed of the young man in green, he was horrified. He twisted his waist strangely, and his body turned over like a python, making a frightening sound. The short knife in his hand was like a poisonous fong, and he stabbed it toward the young man in green. The sword light flashed like a ray of cold light in the air. The 2 figures crossed each other. The young man in green stood still, and the man in black fell head first. Blood flowed from his neck to the ground. From a moment the young man in green exploded to the moment the three men in black died. Only less than 10 breaths had passed. Inside the sea of knowledge, the soul belonging to the young man in green was extremely shocked. Strong, too strong. His cultivation was at the mid-stage of the 6th layer of the foundation realm, and the three men in black were all at the late stage of the 6th layer. They were all stronger than him, and he was no match for them one-on-one, let alone three. But now, 3 experts stronger than him had all been killed in less than 10 breaths of time, and the one who killed them was himself. This kind of first impression was incomparably clear and shocking. Chunzong slowly opened his mouth and said, "Now, have you made up your mind?" It was as if he was asking the air. Inside the sea of knowledge, the young man in green was very hesitant. He didn't want to die. He was indeed going to be killed before, but now that he had survived, he didn't want to die. "Actually, you don't have a choice. I can forcefully shatter your soul, so your body is mine." Chunzong spoke again. His voice was frighteningly calm. "I'm giving you a choice because I'm giving you a chance to merge your soul with mine. You're me, and I'm you. I'll inherit everything of yours, and I'll fulfill your wishes." Inside the sea of knowledge, a ball of light violently fluctuated. This was the young man in green's soul struggling. Chunzong didn't rush him and waited for him to make a choice. The best way was for the young man to willingly merge with his soul. Only then would he be able to obtain a new life without any side effects. If he forcefully shattered the young man's soul and took over the body, there would be side effects that would be difficult to eliminate. The young man in green had been considering, but he had no choice. "I choose to merge." After a while, the young man in green's voice sounded again. He was very depressed. This was a helpless choice, but it was better than being shattered. "But I hope you remember to fulfill my wish. If you merge with me, I will obtain all your memories and know your wish. From then on, I am you. Your business is my business. Your family is my family," Chunzong said seriously. His tone was solemn, which made the young man in green's soul feel inexplicably peaceful. He trusted him very much. What should I do? Since he had already made a decision, there was no reason to go back on it. The young man in green asked. "Don't resist," Chunzong said. He controlled his soul to approach the young man's soul. The young man in green soul was only the size of a finger. The light was thin and dim. Chunzong's soul, however, was the size of a fist. The light was strong and condensed. When the strong soul approached the weak soul, it absorbed it at an astonishing speed. There was no resistance at all. If the other party was unwilling, the difficulty of absorbing it would increase by 100 times. The young man in green only felt that his soul had become lighter, as if it was wandering in the vast sky. It kept flying and flying, flying towards the endless sky. When the small ball of light completely merged with the big ball of light, the big ball of light blossomed with a dazzling light, like a scorching sun shining in the sky. Instantly, countless memories and images flowed endlessly like a river. The young man in green had been born for 15 years. Although he had a lot of memories, they were nothing to Chunzong's powerful soul. It was like a large stone falling into a pool of water. It only splashed waves and ripples. Soon, everything returned to normal. After a quarter of an hour, the young man in green opened his eyes. The light in his eyes was extremely sharp, like a sword piercing the sky. Chunzong. Chunzong, only one word. It's really fate. A warm smile appeared on the face of the young man in green. From now on, I am Chunzong. More importantly, I am Chunzong. After saying this, his heart was filled with countless emotions. Being chased by Maniac and the other 2 powerhouses, he had nowhere to run. In desperation, he had used the full power of the Sky Ascending Pagoda. That was the attack of a titled emperor, the strongest of titled emperors. However, his body was unable to withstand that kind of power and turned into ashes. Unfortunately, he was unable to kill Maniac in the end. Originally, he thought that he had turned into ashes and his soul had scattered. Unexpectedly, the Heart Sword Seal absorbed his soul and erupted with tyrannical power. He tore open the space and left Blue Wave's world to a new world. This world was called Lingwu Holy World. After absorbing Chunzong's soul, Not only did Qinzong's soul become stronger, but he also obtained Qinzong's memories. Combining them with some information transmitted to him by the heart sword seal, he carefully sensed his surroundings. Qinzong's soul was originally relatively powerful. After this, it became even more powerful. The powerful soul allowed Qinzong's perception to become even sharper. He could feel that there was a big difference between this world and Blue Wave's world. The powerful soul allowed Qinzong's thinking to become very sharp. In an instant, dozens and hundreds of thoughts flashed through his mind. Qinzong's memories were summarized and organized. This year, Qinzong had just turned 15 years old. He was a citizen of Qinglin City. His mother passed away due to illness when he was young. His father, Chen Zhenghong, was the master of the Seven Swords Towers, one of the 3 two-star forces of Qinglin City. He was known as Fei Hong's sword and had the beautiful title of the number 1 sword of Qinglin City. His elder sister, Chen Qingyao, was unable to cultivate because of her weak physique. She had always helped her father deal with some affairs of the Seven Swords Towers. Qinzong had followed Chen Zhenghong to practice swordsmanship since he was a child. He had some talent. However, due to his stubborn temperament, Chen Zhenghong, who hated iron for not becoming steel, used all his connections to send Chen Qinzong to the 4-star Force Blue Cloud sect as an outer sect disciple 3 years ago. The sect was different from home. There was no one to take care of him. The cruel competition made Chen Qinzong realize that if he didn't work hard, he would only be bullied. After 3 years of hard work, Chen Qinzong's cultivation and strength continued to increase. Not long ago, he broke through to the early 6th layer of the Foundation realm. After defeating all his previous opponents, he was in high spirits and wanted to become one of the top 10 outer sect disciples. However, he didn't expect to hear the sad news that Chen Zhenghong had passed away. In his grief, Chen Qinzong requested to leave through the night, but he was ambushed on the way. Chapter 948. All of them are tricks, junior brothers. The mottled shadows of the trees scattered countless rays of sunlight on the withered leaves. It was somewhat dreamy. Unexpectedly, it doesn't work. It seems there is indeed a big difference between the two worlds. Qinzong frowned and muttered to himself. From the information he obtained from the Heart Sword seal, Qinzong already knew some things. However, he couldn't help but personally try it. He circulated the mysterious mind technique he had created. However, he discovered that there were many obstructions and it was incompatible. Even if he changed to other cultivation techniques, it was the same. The information given by the Heart Sword seal was very one-sided. However, it mentioned that the rules of the Lingwu Holy World were more complete. It pointed out that the cultivation path of the Lingwu Holy World was the true cultivation path. In other words, it said that the cultivation path of the Blue Wave's world was not the righteous path. Since the cultivation technique didn't work, Qinzong tried his swordsmanship. It was a little better. He could execute all the moves, but he couldn't unleash the power. It was as if there was a layer separating him from his sword. After thinking for a moment, he discovered that he was unable to change it. He knew too little about this world. Firstly, the information given by the Heart Sword seal was insufficient. Secondly, Chen Qinzong's memory was somewhat monotonous. It seemed he could only slowly accumulate knowledge in the future. Currently, only the cultivation techniques and martial arts he had accumulated in the past were useful. Since the cultivation techniques and martial arts of the original world are useless, I can only cultivate the cultivation techniques and martial arts of this world. Qinzong secretly thought. Since the information given by the Heart Sword seal pointed out that the cultivation path of this world was the true cultivation path, there must be something extraordinary about it. No matter what the reason was, the Heart Sword seal brought his soul to a new world. Since he had obtained a new life, he had to step on the cultivation path again. He had to learn from the strong points of other worlds to make up for his weak points. When his strength was sufficient, he would use the power of the Heart Sword seal to break through this world and complete his unfinished business. Qinzong entered the Blue Cloud sect and became an outer sect disciple. However, he didn't cultivate the cultivation techniques of the Blue Cloud sect. Instead, He cultivated the cultivation technique taught by his father, White Mist Technique. White Mist Technique was mortal grade, high grade. The grades of cultivation methods and martial arts were the same. The lowest level was the mortal level. The mortal level was further divided into 5 grades: low, medium, high, and absolute. The high level belonged to the middle. Within the Blue Cloud sect, there were quite a few high-grade mortal rank martial arts. There were a few that were better than the White Mist art, but they required enough merit points to exchange for them. Chen Xingzong had accumulated some merit points in the sect and planned to exchange them for a top-grade mortal rank martial art. The cultivation effects would be more obvious and the power would be stronger. The White Mist art of common level had 7 layers, and each layer was more profound than the previous one. It opened up more meridians, and the true qi cultivated was more majestic and pure. In short, the number of layers of a cultivation method was not necessarily related to one's cultivation level. In theory, the first layer of the White Mist spell could be cultivated to the 9th layer of the foundation realm, and the 7th layer could also be cultivated to the 9th layer of the foundation realm. Naturally, the 7th layer of the White Mist spell would be easier to increase one's cultivation level than the first layer. Its potential would be deeper, and the White Mist true qi cultivated would be more majestic, pure, and powerful. On the other hand, if one wanted to cultivate to the 9th layer of the foundation realm with only the first layer of the White Mist spell, one would have to spend a lot of time and experience a lot of difficulties. This is different from the cultivation methods of Blue Wave's world. Shenzong's eyes shined. The cultivation methods of Blue Wave's world generally had several layers corresponding to several layers of cultivation. It felt inferior to the cultivation methods of this world. In these 3 years, Chen Xingzong had worked very hard. His cultivation talent was also not bad, so he was able to cultivate the White Mist spell to the 3rd layer. However, after that, each layer was harder than the previous one. The chant of the White Mist art flowed through his mind. Xingzong relied on his powerful soul to comprehend the amazing power of perception and the knowledge he had accumulated in the last world. In a short period of time, he had completely analyzed the mysteries of the 7th layer of the White Mist art. He then made some adjustments and raised the White Mist art to the top of the mortal high rank ranks. Xingzong sat cross-legged with his fingers intertwined. Dispelling all distracting thoughts and calming his mind, Xingzong began his first cultivation in this new world. The White Mist true qi circulated and flowed through his already open meridians. It was like an endless river. The White Mist spell's true qi was like a cloud or mist. It was soft and tough, and as it circulated, it moved through his mouth and nose. Strands of white light surrounded Xingzong and gradually wrapped around him. After some adjustments, the White Mist spell was more suitable for this body. It had to be known that Xingzong's control over his body was very shocking. Adding on his powerful soul control, if he had more time, he might be able to further improve the White Mist spell and make it more suitable for him. The result of making it more suitable for him was an increase in cultivation efficiency. As the White Mist spell circulated, the soft and tough White Mist true qi rushed toward the block meridians. It was as sharp as a sword as it pierced through the meridians inch by inch and opened them up. The human body had countless meridians that covered the entire body, limbs, and bones. They were hundreds of times more complicated than a spider's web. Opening up meridians to accommodate true qi was how cultivators cultivated. The more meridians they opened, the more true qi they could absorb, and the more true qi they had, the stronger the cultivator would be. As the new meridians were opened, the White Mist true qi entered them and formed an even more complicated 12 cycle with the original 9 meridians. As the cycle went on, the White Mist true qi was purified bit by bit. The purity of true qi was closely related to the power of the explosion. A moment later, with a pop, the White Mist true qi seemed to have become a bit denser. The White Mist true qi entered his body through his mouth and nose. Xingzong secretly thought, "Not bad. The White Mist spell has reached the 4th layer, and my cultivation has broken through to the mid-stage of the 6th layer. The power of the White Mist spell has increased by about 40%. The white mist spell had increased by 30%, and the white mist spell had increased by 10%. The first major realm of this world cultivation was called foundation establishment. As the name implied, it was to build one's foundation. It was divided into 9 layers, and every 3 layers had a significant increase. In theory, it corresponded to the blue waves world's chi and blood realm, energy refining realm, and true martial realm, but it was very different. The foundation establishment realm only cultivated true chi. The first layer was to produce true chi, the second layer was to strengthen true chi, the third layer was to strengthen true chi in blood, and the fourth layer was to gather true chi into a stream. At this point, one could be called a true cultivator and begin to display the power of martial arts. The fifth layer was to release true chi, and the sixth layer was called true chi protection, which was Qinzong's current level. True chi protection was to naturally distribute true chi around the skin, greatly strengthening the skin to resist external attacks and increase the ability to protect one's life. Qinzong compared it with the 3 major realms of Blue Wave's world and found that the true chi of the 6th layer of the foundation establishment realm was not inferior to the power of the late stage of the true martial realm. If the middle stage of the foundation establishment realm of this world is comparable to the true martial realm of the previous world, then is the late stage of the foundation establishment realm comparable to the pseudo-transcendent realm of the previous world? Qinzong couldn't help but secretly guess. From this point, it could be seen that the cultivation of this world was more powerful. The foundation establishment realm is called the transcendent realm, but the transcendent realm of the Blue Waves world is just a general name. There are also extreme mortal realm, earth spirit realm, and profound sky realm, but this world doesn't seem to have them. Qinzong secretly said. However, in Qinzong's memory, the transcendent realm was very far away, so he knew very little about it. Thinking like lightning, Qinzong pulled out the 3 feet long cyan sword from his waist. There was a wisp of cyan light spreading along the spine of the sword, and there seemed to be ripples on the blade. It was the common grade, middle grade cyan light sword, a sword produced by the Blue Cloud sect. With the sword in hand, all the information about the sword's weight, length, and width were fed back into Qinzong's mind. The body of the sword seemed to have become one with his arm. He waved the sword without using the white mist and chi. A blue light flashed, like a lightning bolt piercing through the air, piercing a beautiful leaf. The speed of the sword was extremely fast, leaving a hole in the leaf, but the beautiful trajectory didn't change in the slightest. With a flick of his wrist, cyan sword flowers bloomed in the air, very magnificent and magnificent. Like an arm moving the fingers, hand and sword as one. He leaped into the air and swung his sword in the air. A misty white aura filled the air and covered the long sword. It surged and turned into a ball of rotating cloud. It was like a millstone, and the sound of the sword was ear-piercing. Qinzong had been practicing the sword since he was a child under the guidance of his father, Qinzhong. But the sword skills he practiced were only the basics and a low-grade common grade sword skill. They didn't have much power and were used to create a solid foundation for his sword skills. After entering the Blue Cloud sect, an outer sect disciple could choose a medium-grade common grade martial skill or martial skill for free. He already had the white mist skill, so he didn't need to choose anything else. Qinzong switched to 2 medium-grade common grade martial skills. One was a sword skill called the Cloud Scraping Sword skill, and the other was a movement skill called the Ape Leaping Leopard Dash. In fact, besides the high-grade common grade White Mist skill, Qinzhong also had a high-grade common grade Flying Sword skill. But martial skills were different from cultivation methods. Without enough cultivation, it was difficult to practice a high-level martial skill, and it was impossible to display its power. Not only was it a waste of time, but it would also burden the body and even leave behind hidden injuries. Martial skills were divided into entry, small success, deshang, trance, ruhua, and the highest martial intent. Qinzhong had practiced the Cloud Scraping Sword skill for 3 years, and had already reached the peak of small success. He was only 1 step away from deshang. Shinzong once again brandished his sword. The cloud chi surged, and the speed of rotation suddenly increased a lot. The momentum of the sword was even more astonishing, as if it could destroy everything. It exploded towards a tree trunk not far away. The bark of the tree was shattered and splashed, leaving behind a hole full of sword marks. It was a ghastly sight. Cloud's scraping sword skill has reached a Shang. Shenzong inwardly said. His state of mind was calm. His accumulation of sword skills far surpassed cultivation methods, so it was reasonable for him to easily reach to Shang in Cloud's scraping sword skill. The grasses, trees, earth, and stones of this world were stronger and more tenacious than those of Blue Wave's world. In comparison, Shenzong felt that the power of this sword was comparable to the full-strength strike of most 7th-level true martial realm martial artists in Blue Wave's world. Perhaps, the path of cultivation of this world can allow me to go further and even surpass extraordinary. Shenzong's eyes shone brightly, and he was in high spirits. His heart was filled with lofty sentiments. Thinking about it, in Blue Wave's world, Emperor was the peak, and it was rare for a half-step saint to appear in 1,000 or 10,000 years. Shenzong was certain that he could become an emperor, but he was not certain that he could become a half-step saint. But now, there was no such worry. Well, after I return to Qinglin City's 7 Swords Towers and settle my affairs, I will wholeheartedly pursue the path of cultivation and surpass my previous life. At that time, I will return to Blue Wave's world with an even more powerful force, and kill those who should die. Chapter 949. Azure Forest City was one of the many cities under the jurisdiction of the Blue Cloud sect. There were 3 2-star forces and a dozen 1-star forces. However, this information was from 3 years ago. Now that 3 years had passed, no one knew if there had been any changes. The walls of Azure Forest City were 10 meters tall, and only late-stage foundation building cultivators could jump over them with a single leap. Under the tall walls, the simple and heavy dark city gate was wide open, and people were coming and going on the stone bridge over the moat. As he approached Azure Forest City, Shenzong's speed suddenly decreased. When he stepped onto the stone bridge, he was already walking like a normal person. His fair and handsome face, clear and deep eyes, azure clothes, and the sword at his waist gave him an imposing appearance that caused the eyes of others to light up and inwardly sigh in admiration. But it didn't cause Shenzong to become the center of attention, as there were many cultivators in Azure Forest City after all, and it wasn't strange to see him. He walked through the unguarded city gate and walked on the wide street paved with gray bricks. The bustling pedestrians were like flowing water, and there were all kinds of shops on both sides of the street. Shenzong was slightly absent-minded. Relying on his memory, Shenzong walked toward the 7 Swords Towers. The 7 Swords Towers was one of the 3 2-star forces in Azure Forest City. Together with Family MO and the Black Tiger Gang, they were very prestigious. The 7 Swords Towers was located in the southeast of Azure Forest City. There were 6 huge sword towers surrounding the 7 Swords Towers, and everything within a 5-kilometer radius was the 7 Swords Towers territory. Shenzong looked around and locked onto one of the sword towers with a white cloth hanging on it. He walked toward it with large strides. That was the 7 Swords Towers controlled by Chen Zhenghong. Little brother, you're finally back. A young girl wearing a white headscarf and white linen clothes had a pale face. Her eyes were red and filled with tears. She lifted the corner of her dress and excitedly rushed toward Shenzong, bringing with her an elegant fragrance. Shenzong's heart skipped a beat as he felt a sense of closeness. This was a feeling that came from a part of Chun Qingzong's soul. This was because the woman in front of him was Chun Qingzong's elder sister, Chun Qingyao. Sister, I'm back. After taking a deep breath, Qingzong finally opened his mouth and called out softly. Chun Qingzong's soul had merged with his own. To a certain extent, he was now Chun Qingzong. It was reasonable for him to call her sister. Little brother, father, the grief reached the depths of her heart, and tears fell uncontrollably like rain. Sister, how did father die? Qingzong also felt sad, but he restrained himself well and asked. Chen Qingzong only received a letter and learned that Chun Zhenghong had passed away. He didn't know the details. Qingyao! Qingyao! A hurried shout quickly approached. Then, a person rushed in. When he saw Qinzong, he was furious and rushed to him. He waved his palm, and the wind whistled. He shouted angrily, "Who are you? Get out of the way!" Qinzong grabbed Chen Qingyao's arm and stepped away to avoid the palm. "Stop! He's my little brother." Chen Qingyao just reacted and said angrily, "Your little brother." The person withdrew his hand and saw the familiar face of the young man in green. He was stunned at first, and then a touch of shock and panic flashed in the depths of his eyes. He couldn't help but say, You're Chen Qingzong, you're back. It's good that you're back. These 2 days, your sister Qingyao hasn't been eating or drinking. I'm worried that she'll be too sad. You know that your sister has been weak since she was young, Chen Qingyao coldly said. Okay, Zhao Qixing, I have something to say to my little brother. You can leave. Okay. I'll leave now. I'll go to the Azure Forest restaurant another day and invite your little brother to a banquet. Remember to give me some face. Zhao Qixing smiled as he retreated. When he turned around, the smile on his face was gone and his eyes were cold and ferocious. Looking at Zhao Qixing's disappearing figure, Chen Qingzong withdrew his gaze and pondered. Zhao Qixing was the only son of Zhao Zhongxing, the head deacon of the Seven Sword Towers. He was 18 years old this year, but his cultivation was only at the 5th layer of the Foundation realm. At this age and cultivation level, he was at the bottom of the Blue Cloud sect. However, among his peers in Azure Forest City, he was one of the best. Chen Qingzong didn't know much about Zhao Zhongxing and Zhao Qixing. He only knew that they had joined the Seven Swords Towers 3 years ago. Not long after, Chen Qingzong went to the Blue Cloud sect. Now it seemed like there was something going on. Chen Qingzong asked once more, Big sister, tell me, how did Dad pass away? Chen Qingyao wiped away her tears and slowly spoke. Chen Jinghong's cultivation was at the mid-stage of the 9th layer of the Foundation realm. His sword art was superb, and he was known as the #1 sword in Azure Forest City. His strength was ranked 3rd in the Seven Swords Towers and was among the top 10 in Azure Forest City. 5 days ago, someone came to challenge him for the title of #1 sword. This wasn't a big deal as there had been challengers before, but Chen Zhenghong had always defeated them to defend his honor. However, the challenger this time was the 2nd elder of the 3-star Iron Star sect, Shang Zhonglei. His cultivation was above Chun Zhenghong's and was at the peak of the 9th layer of the Foundation realm. However, since it was a sword duel, Shang Zhonglei said that he would suppress his cultivation to the same level as Chun Zhenghong's. Shang Zhonglei was known as the Iron Mountain Sword. With his sword in hand, he was like an iron mountain. Chun Zhenghong's sword art was superb, and he was able to break through the Iron Mountain Sword's defense. Just as he was about to let Shang Zhonglei lose face, Shang Zhonglei flew into a rage and retaliated with all his strength. In terms of sword art, Chen Jinghong was only a bit better than Shang Zhonglei, but the difference in cultivation was obvious. Although Chen Jinghong reacted quickly, he was still a bit too slow. He was hit by the sword and was immediately seriously injured. Shang Zhonglei didn't stop and took the opportunity to add another strike. Fortunately, the master of the 1st sword tower arrived in time to block Shang Zhonglei, preventing Chen Zhenghong from dying on the spot. However, after returning to the 7 swords towers, Chen Zhenghong died because his injuries were too serious to be healed. Originally, Father didn't want to disturb your cultivation until he couldn't take it anymore. Before he died, he asked me to send you a message and ask you to come back. Chen Qingyao was sobbing. Chen Jinghong could only hug her gently and pat her back to comfort her. Since the establishment of the 7 swords towers, there had been a rule. No matter which tower master died, his descendants would have the priority to inherit the tower. Only when the tower master gave up or was not outstanding enough would it be the turn of others in the tower. Now that Chen Zhenghong was dead, Chen Qingzong was the first successor to the 7 swords towers. Father, this is bad, Zhao Qixing exclaimed as he pushed open the door and rushed in. What are you panicking for? A slow and deep voice sounded. Chen Zhenghong just died. What else can there be? Qinqingzong. Qinqingzong isn't dead. He's back. Zhao Qixing's voice was filled with panic. What? The bearded Zhao Zhongxing clenched his fist and crushed the teacup in his hand. Are you sure you didn't see wrongly? I didn't see wrongly. I just went to find Chun Qingyao, and she personally admitted that it was Chun Qingzong. Not to mention, I recognize his face. Zhao Qixing vowed. Zhao Zhongxing's eyes darkened. He placed his hand on the back of the chair and gently tapped his fingers. Father, did the Black Kill Tower take the money but not do anything? Zhao Qixing couldn't help but ask again. No, the Black Kill Tower wouldn't do something that would damage their reputation. Zhao Zhongxing's eyes narrowed and a sharp light shot out from them. In order to make sure nothing goes wrong, I paid 3 times the price to hire 3 6th-level Foundation Realm Assassins from the Black Kill Tower. Qinqingzong just broke through to the 6th level not long ago. He might not even be a match for the assassins from the Black Kill Tower in a one-on-one fight, let alone 3. Something must have happened. Qinqingzong has returned alive and is the first successor of the 7 Swords Towers. With his talent, he has a chance of taking control of the 7 Swords Towers. At that time, the other 6 Sword Tower Masters will help him, so I won't have any chance. Zhao Zhongxing continued to think as the light in his eyes flickered. Moreover, the White Great Sword and White Great Sword art that Chun Jinghong left behind will also be inherited by him. No, I can't let Chun Qingzong continue to live. I have to kill him before the exam. Zhao Zhongxing muttered to himself. Xing remember to pretend that you don't know anything. I'm going out for a bit. Father, where are you going? Zhao Qixing couldn't help but ask. The Black Slaughter Tower didn't complete their mission. This is their responsibility. They must take responsibility for this. Zhao Zhongxing said as his tall and sturdy figure strode out of the door. This is what Father left for you. Qin Qingyao took out a grayish-white ring and handed it to Qinzong. There were fine lines like feathers on the ring. This was a storage ring. A storage ring was like a mustard seed bag or a virtual ring in Blue Wave's world. It contained space and could store things. Of course, it couldn't store living things. After dripping a drop of blood on it, the storage ring established a connection with Qinzong. With a thought, Qinzong could see everything inside the storage ring. 1 cubic meter of space. This was a first-grade storage ring. It couldn't be said to be very precious, but its value wasn't low either. It was very difficult for ordinary Foundation establishment cultivators to obtain it. Qinqingzong also didn't have it now. There were several things inside the 1 cubic meter of space. A long sword, 2 books, a letter, 2 small wooden boxes, and a small white jade box. Qinzong took out these things one by one. The sword scabbard was grayish-white with a flying bird pattern on it. When the sword was pulled out of the scabbard, a bright sword light flashed. The bright sword body had lines of feathers on it, making it appear even more graceful. With Qinzong's eyesight, he could naturally see that this was a meticulously forged sword. It was precisely the white swan sword used by Chun Jinghong. Chun Jinghong had paid a great price to ask someone to forge it. It was a high-grade, mortal-level sword. No matter whether it was hardness or sharpness, it was above the cyan light sword. The gap between sect cultivators and non-sect cultivators was very big. From weapons to cultivation methods to martial arts, there was a significant gap. Even a middle-grade, mortal-level weapon could be sold for a great price, not to mention a high-grade, mortal-level weapon. Putting away his sword, Qinzong looked at the 2 books. One was the White Mist art, and the other was Chun Jinghong's famous sword art, the Flying Swan sword art. They were both mortal-level upper-rank sword arts. Then, Qinzong took out 2 small wooden boxes. When he opened the first one, it shone with a golden light. The first small wooden box was neatly lined with golden leaves. Each golden leaf weighed 1 tael. There were a total of 100 leaves, which was exactly 100 taels of gold. Qin Qingyao couldn't help but gasp. 100 taels of gold. This was a shocking amount of wealth. Qinzong's expression didn't change. He casually opened the second box. Suddenly, a trace of pure aura spread out. This small wooden box didn't contain real gold or silver. Instead, it contained 3 square stones of the same size. They were white with many gray stripes. They were naturally formed. Chapter 950. The letter was left behind by Chun Jung-hong for Chun Qingzong. In the letter, Chun Jung-hong hoped that Chun Qingzong would work hard to cultivate and constantly strive for self-improvement. It also stated that if Chun Qingzong had the intention to take charge of the Seven Swords Towers, he had to take good care of his sister, Chun Qingyao. After all, Chun Qingyao's physique was weak and couldn't cultivate. If he didn't want to take charge of the Seven Swords Towers, he had to take good care of Chun Qingyao. Chun Jung-hong also explained where Chun Qingyao would go. It was his mother's family, Lin family, located in Blue Flower City. Finally, if he had the ability, he had to bring his ashes back to the Chun family in the middle of the river to acknowledge his ancestors. In addition to the letter, there was a thin piece of silver-white feather. It was unknown what kind of metal it was made of. It was ice-cold and very hard. After Chun Qingzong returned, Chun Qingyao seemed to have found someone to rely on. After paying respects to Chun Jung-hong with Chun Zong, she couldn't bear the fatigue and fell into a deep sleep. At night, in the room, the lamp flickered and illuminated the surroundings. Chun Zong sat in front of the table and flipped through the white mist skill book. After flipping through it, he picked up the Fei Hong Sword Technique book and began to carefully read it. Fei Hong Sword Technique was a mortal-grade, high-grade sword technique. Generally, only those who had reached the 7th level of Foundation Establishment Realm were suitable to cultivate it. If it was the original Chun Qingzong, then this was indeed the case. However, for Chun Zong, there was no such obstacle. A powerful soul brought about powerful comprehension. In addition, with the comprehension of the sword technique left behind in the past, Chun Zong understood a bit of the Fei Hong sword technique after reading it once. After carefully thinking about it, the profoundness of the sword technique gradually appeared. It is indeed exquisite, Chun Zong inwardly said. The sword technique of this world and the sword technique of Blue Wave's world had similarities, but there were also differences. As far as he was concerned, the several sword techniques and martial arts he had come into contact with were all about developing one's own strength. They pursued the pinnacle of one's strength and surpassing the limits. Of course, the sword techniques and martial arts of Blue Wave's world were also like this. However, they weren't as outstanding and weren't as standardized. In comparison, the martial arts of Blue Wave's world was like an unorthodox path. Under such a feeling, it seemed that the cultivation path of this world was truly far superior to that of Blue Wave's world. Chun Zong continued to analyze the mysteries of the Fei Hong technique. Suddenly, Chun Zong's eyes narrowed, and a cold light flashed in the depths of his pupils. As the night deepened, Chun Zong raised his head and stretched his arms, making a series of crackling sounds like beans being fried. He stood up and blew out the candlelight, plunging the room into darkness. The moment Chun Zong stepped toward the bed, a wisp of black light shuttled back and forth in the darkness. It was as fast as lightning, silently approaching with death, like the touch of the Grim Reaper. This was a strike that had been accumulating power for a long time. It was a sure kill strike that had been waiting for a long time. However, he didn't feel like he had hit his target at all. The attacker immediately realized that something was wrong and quickly retreated. A dazzling sword light suddenly flashed, like a bolt of lightning that tore through the darkness, illuminating everything in the surroundings. Two figures appeared one after another. One was Chun Zong, and the other was the black-clothed man. The black-clothed man's eyes were dark and sharp, and his aura was cold. He was dressed the same as the three people in the forest, but his cultivation was stronger. Die! A low shout and a hoarse and obscure voice pierced Chun Zong's eardrums like a sharp blade, as if it wanted to tear them apart. At the same time, the black-clothed man seemed to be retreating, but he was actually advancing. The black dagger in his hand stabbed toward Chun Zong like a poisonous fang. A black aura condensed on the dagger, as if it was solid, and there seemed to be a faint roar of thunder. The 7th layer of the Foundation Realm condensed chi into thunder. Different from the first assassination strike, this strike was completely unleashed with true chi, and it was terrifyingly tyrannical. The gap between each layer of the foundation realm was very obvious, and it was very difficult to challenge someone of a higher level. In most cases, a 7th layer of the foundation realm could easily kill a 6th layer of the foundation realm. If it was Chen Xingzong, he wouldn't be able to avoid this strike no matter what. If he couldn't block it, he would die without a doubt. However, Chen Xingzong had already disappeared and was replaced by Qinzong. Although the strike was fast and powerful like lightning, it was relatively slow in front of Qinzong's eyes. Not only did his powerful soul bring him great comprehension, but his 5 senses were also very strong. His 5 senses allowed Qinzong to easily capture his opponent's every move. His lightning-fast thinking allowed Qinzong to deduce his opponent's trajectory in an instant. Qinzong didn't dodge, and there was no need to dodge. He attacked with his sword. This sword move had a name. It was called Flying Swan. It was extremely fast, and it was one of the moves of the Flying Swan sword art. This time, he was using what he had learned. If others knew about this, they would be shocked. Even though this was the first time Qinzong had seen the Flying Swan sword art and hadn't really cultivated it, he displayed this move as if he had practiced it thousands of times. He was incomparably skilled. Faintly, a white mist filled the air around the sword. As the sword pierced through the air, it let out a sharp bird-like cry. Following the trajectory of the opponent's fierce attack, it was like cutting into the weak spot of a snake. Suddenly, the opponent's attack stopped unconsciously. The sword was already at the opponent's throat, cold and bone-piercing. "Who are you? Where did you come from? Why do you want to kill me?" Qinzong asked 3 questions in a row. Previously, he had tried to kill him in the forest. Now, he wanted to assassinate him in the night. Judging from the opponent's attire, he seemed to be from the same force. He needed to know more about this. The black-clothed man acted as if he didn't hear anything. His body suddenly twisted, and he left by Hong Jian like a shadow and flew out of the window. He was fast, but Qinzong was even faster. A mere 7th layer foundation establishment cultivator was at best equivalent to a pseudo-transcendent in Blue Wave's world. How could he let him escape from under his nose? Just as the black-clothed man flew to the window, a cold light flashed behind him. A sword pierced his heart. Looking down at the tip of the sword that was still dripping with a few drops of blood, the black-clothed man's eyes were filled with disbelief. The light in his eyes quickly dimmed, and his vitality was extinguished. He pulled out the sword and shook it. The blade was not stained with blood. To Qinzong, this night was like daytime. After searching the black-clothed man's body, he found a crescent-shaped token. It was completely black and as thin as a blade. On it were the 2 words "Black Slaughter." Other than that, there was nothing else. Counting this strange token, he had 4 tokens. The other 3 came from the 3 people he had killed in the forest. There was no doubt that this token was a symbol of a force. However, in Chen Xingzong's memory, there was no force with the 2 words "Black Slaughter" as its name. Or rather, Chen Xingzong didn't know much about the various forces, so he didn't know. No matter which force they are from, since they want to kill me, they deserve to die. Qinzong thought to himself. He remembered Zhao Qixing's first reaction when he saw him during the day. Even if Zhao Qixing wasn't the one who ordered the assassination in the forest, he must have known about it. Or maybe Zhao Zhongxing. Sitting on the bed, Qinzong didn't sleep. Instead, he began to cultivate the white mist art, the 4th level of the white mist art. His cultivation was at the middle of the 6th level of the foundation realm. The cloud-scraping sword art had reached perfection. The ape leap and leopard dash had reached perfection, and the Feihong sword art had reached the initial level. Before cultivating, Qinzong took out a small white jade box and opened it. Inside was a thumb-sized pill. It was white and round and seemed to be surrounded by clouds and mist. It was the cloud mist pill, a mortal level high-grade pill. Taking it could increase one's Zhen Qi and improve one's cultivation. It was most suitable for cultivating cloud and mist techniques, such as the white mist art. After swallowing the cloud mist pill, Qinzong calmed his mind and focused his mind. When the sky began to brighten, Qinzong, who was surrounded by white mist, took a deep breath. Suddenly, The white mist surged, and there seemed to be a faint roar coming from his body. 3 more meridians had been opened, and the white mist art had reached the 5th layer. The amount of white mist chi and its explosive power had increased by 30%. Because of the cloud mist pill, his white mist chi had increased even more. His cultivation had broken through several small realms and reached the peak of the 6th layer of the foundation realm. Not only had the amount of true chi increased, the explosive power had also increased by several times. With his current cultivation, he wasn't far from the 7th layer of the foundation realm. If it was the original Chunqing zone, it would have taken a lot of time and effort to reach this step. The dead were respected, and they paid attention to being buried for peace. However, Chunqing Zone's last words were that one day, he hoped that Chunqing Zone would be able to bring his ashes back to his ancestors, so he cremated them. Chinzong was wearing a white robe with a white great sword at his waist. Beside him stood Chen Qingyao, who was wearing a white headscarf and white robe. Chen Qingyao's eyes were red as she stared at the raging fire in front of her. Inside was Chun Zhenghong's body. "Nephew, my condolences," said Lu Qingyi softly with a hint of melancholy. Among the 7 leaders of the 7 Swords Towers, Lu Qingyi had the best relationship with Chun Zhenghong. Since Chun Zhenghong was cremated and Lu Qingyi had arrived, the other leaders naturally arrived as well. Qinzong also saw the number 1 expert of the 7 Swords Towers, Feng Pingsheng, the leader of the 1st Sword Tower. "Nephew, I'm very sad about Zhenghong's death." Feng Pingsheng's voice was a bit erratic. "However, the dead are gone and the living should live on. You have to be able to accept this. Also, although your father's death was caused by Iron Mountain sword Shang Zhonglei, the instigator was Family Mo's 3rd elder, Mo Jihong. He was the one who instigated Shang Zhonglei to challenge Zhenghong." Mo Jihong. Chinzong's pupil shrank. He didn't know there was such a reason behind this. There is a lot of enmity between Mo Jihong and Zhenghong, but he was not as strong as Zhenghong. "I guess Mo Jihong killed Zhenghong with a borrowed sword." Feng Pingsheng continued. "Unfortunately, I was cultivating at the time and was 1 step too late." Chinzong calmly said, "Uncle Feng, I'll take revenge for my father in the future." "Okay, I believe you can do it." Feng Pingsheng smiled, but he was a bit puzzled because he couldn't feel Zhenghong's cultivation at all. He only knew that Zhenghong had broken through to the 6th layer of the foundation realm in the letter. Now that he thought about it, Zhenghong should still be at the early 6th layer of the foundation realm. A 15-year-old at the early 6th layer of the foundation realm was one of the best in Qinglin City. No one in the same generation could compare to him. On the other side, a gaze swept past Qinzong from time to time. Qinzong glanced at it from the corner of his eye and saw a bearded man. It was the head deacon of the 7 Swords Towers, Zhao Zhongxing. With a thought, Qinzong took out a black crescent token. Qinzong handed the token to Feng Pingsheng and calmly asked, "Uncle Feng, do you know what this is?" Feng Pingsheng looked at it, and his pupils shrank. He couldn't help but be shocked. "Black Kill Token. This is the Black Kill Token of the Black Kill Tower." Qinzong listened to Feng Pingsheng's words while using his powerful spiritual sense to observe Zhao Zhongxing's reaction. Sure enough, the moment Qinzong took out the Black Kill Token, Zhao Zhongxing's burly body couldn't help but tremble. It was very subtle and hard to see with the naked eye, but it was very clear to Qinzong's spiritual sense. The moment Zhao Zhongxing saw the Black Kill Token, his heart was like a storm. Chapter 9:51. The main character hasn't changed. It's still Little Rice Dumpling. Also, this is a new starting point. The 6th Tao of Samsara can understand the thoughts of some of his fellow disciples. They felt that Little Rice Dumpling situation was a little hard to accept and wanted to stop reading. This gave the 6th Tao of Samsara a fright. "I can't wait to send you all razor blades." Back to the topic, when the 6th Tao of Samsara was a reader, it wasn't easy to accept the sudden turn of events. I just hope that everyone can continue to support the 6th Tao of Samsara. "Nephew, how did you get the Black Hill order?" Lu Qingyi asked with a face full of shock. "On my way back, I was intercepted by 3 men in black. Last night, Another man in black came to assassinate me. Qinzong said calmly, as if he was talking about something unrelated to him. Chen Qingyao's expression changed, and she subconsciously grabbed Qinzong's sleeves. The Black Kill Tower is an assassin organization. They only act when someone pays them. Who wants to kill you? Lu Qingyi's eyes turned cold. He couldn't do anything about the death of his good friend, Chen Zhenghong. Now, someone wanted to kill his good friend's son. He couldn't stand it. Is it family MO? Or Iron Mountain Sword? After thinking about it, it seemed that there were only these two parties. After all, Chen Qingzong's talent and potential were not bad. Who wants to kill me? I want to ask Deacon Zhao Zhongxing. Maybe you'll know. Qinzong suddenly turned to Zhao Zhongxing, who was not far away. It was completely unexpected. Zhao Zhongxing was caught off guard, but he was indeed a cunning person. He immediately reacted and his face was full of anger. Young Tower Master, if you know who did this, just tell me. Zhao Zhongxing, will be the first to hunt him down. With that, he looked like he was swearing to show his loyalty. Deacon Zhao, are you planning to kill me? Qinzong's rhetorical question made Zhao Zhongxing's pupils shrink to the size of needles. It also made everyone's expression change. The meaning of this sentence was, Uncle Lu, help me protect my sister. Qinzong's voice rang in Lu Qingyi's ears, but his figure dashed out like a cheetah. In the blink of an eye, he had crossed dozens of meters and approached Zhao Zhongxing. The white swan's sword was unsheathed, and white mist of genuine qi swirled around it, like a swan sweeping across the sky. Soaring Swan, Feng Pingsheng was also an expert swordsman, so he was quite familiar with Chun Jinghong's Feihong swordsmanship. The Feihong sword art was a high-grade, mortal sword art. Without a cultivation at the 7th layer of the Foundation realm, it would be difficult to cultivate and display its full power. However, looking at Qinzong's sword art, it was clear that he was not a beginner. Zhao Zhongxing's expression changed drastically. He did not expect Qinzong to be so decisive. Since you're seeking your own death, then don't blame me. A trace of killing intent flashed in the depths of Zhao Zhongxing's eyes, but he didn't show it. Instead, he exclaimed, Young Tower Master, what do you mean by this? Could it be that you think I asked the Black Slaughter Tower to assassinate you? Zhao Zhongxing cried out in alarm as he retreated. Although his body was tall and sturdy, his speed was not slow. Zhao Zhongxing retreated, while Qinzong advanced. His sword swept through the air, and the faint sound of birds chirping could be heard all around. So fast. The other deacons of the 7 Swords Towers were all shocked. Originally, they didn't pay much attention to Qinzong, but now they knew that he was indeed a genius and worthy of being a disciple of the sect. He was not to be underestimated. Deacon Zhao, if you dare to do something, then you have to admit it. You just want to take control of the 7th Swords Towers. Qinzong's sword moved as he spoke. His voice was as cold as ice and as sharp as a sword. Young Tower Master, you're wrongly accusing me. Who doesn't know that when the Tower Master was alive, I wholeheartedly supported him? Zhao Zhongxing complained for himself as he continued to retreat. Young House Master, please stop. Otherwise, I'll have to offend you. Go ahead and try. Qinzong remained unmoved. Since that's the case, Young Tower Master, I won't be polite. Zhao Zhongxing was secretly happy, but he pretended to be sad and angry. He paused and sent out a palm strike. At this moment, Zhao Zhongxing and Qinzong were already a few thousand meters away from the 6 Tower Masters. The 7 Tower Masters of the 7 Swords Towers were all sword masters, but the others didn't necessarily use swords. For example, Zhao Zhongxing's skills were all based on his palms. His thick palms were like a millstone that exploded the air and blasted towards Qinzong. Lu Qingyi was about to draw his sword. Wait. Feng Pingsheng stopped him and stared at Qinzong. Chen Qingyao subconsciously clasped her hands together, her face full of worry. He had a strong soul, super perception, and spiritual sense that only transcendence could master. These were all things that his opponent didn't have. In addition, the accumulation of experience in the previous world gave him an unparalleled advantage. All these factors combined allowed Qinzong to see the flaws in his opponent's palm strike. There were at least a dozen of them. Following the flaws, Chenzong slashed his sword, and the millstone-like palm print instantly collapsed. This scene stunned the few sword tower masters, and Zhao Zhongxing was even more shocked. He was an 8th-layer foundation building cultivator, while his opponent was only a 6th-layer foundation building cultivator. Even if his opponent was a disciple of the sect, it was impossible for him to be his opponent. Young Tower Master, you have good skills. Since that's the case, old Zhao can only show a bit more skill. Zhao Zhongxing was secretly shocked, but he also laughed loudly. It sounded like he was exchanging pointers with Chenzong. As his voice fell, Zhao Zhongxing's palm turned red, as if there was a raging fire. A blazing aura suddenly spread out. This palm strike contained 30% of Zhao Zhongxing's strength. With a violent roar, Zhao Zhongxing's palm closed in on Chenzong. The moment it was about to hit Chenzong, a fiery red aura condensed on his arm and turned into a red python. The head of the python was the palm, and the palm was the python's mouth. A blazing red light shot out like a snake's tongue. Foundation building 8th layer. True chi condensation. Stop. Lu Qingyi's expression suddenly changed, and he quickly rushed out. Feng Pingsheng also instantly drew his sword. Zhao Zhongxing had previously suppressed his strength. Unexpectedly, the moment his palm approached Chenzong, he used all of his strength and pushed the great success red refined palm to the extreme. Even a lump of refined steel would be shattered in an instant, let alone a human body. It was obvious that he wanted to kill Chenzong. However, the distance of several thousand meters couldn't be crossed in an instant. Distant water couldn't put out a nearby fire. Kill him. Zhao Qixing's eyes were filled with uncontrollable excitement, and his hands unconsciously clenched. As long as he killed Chun Qingzong, the position of the Tower Master of the Seven Swords Towers would belong to his father. Everything Qin Zhenghong left behind would also belong to him, and Qin Qingyao would also become his woman. Thinking of the scene of pressing Chun Qingyao's delicate body under his body, Zhao Qixing couldn't help but feel hot all over. Just as Chenzong was about to be killed by Zhao Zhongxing's red refined palm, they saw Chenzong's figure leap and dash. Suddenly, everyone seemed to see an agile ape jumping in the woods, then suddenly transformed into a vigorous cheetah running rapidly in the wilderness. The sudden change startled everyone. Zhao Zhongxing only felt that there was no one under his palm. He quickly swung his palm, but it missed again. Untraceable flying swan. There seemed to be an ethereal voice floating from the sky into his ears, lingering endlessly. A sharp white light cut through the sky, but it was erratic, and its trajectory was hard to find. Zhao Zhongxing was shocked. He quickly raised his palm to block and slid back, but he couldn't avoid it. With a swoosh, the white light swept across Zhao Zhongxing's neck and disappeared, as if it had never appeared. Chenzong's figure also appeared a few meters behind Zhao Zhongxing. The white swan sword pointed diagonally to the ground, cold light like water. Zhao Zhongxing stood still, his body still in the posture of swinging his palm. He didn't move at all, but his bright eyes slowly dimmed, and a thin red mark appeared on his neck. It was a shocking scarlet mark. The Sword Tower Masters who were chasing after him all paused, and their pupils contracted. No, impossible. Zhao Zhongxing's palm fell, and his other hand brushed across his neck. He only felt a little wet. He raised his palm and looked at it in front of his dim eyes. There was a touch of scarlet, very dazzling. He staggered back 2 steps and then fell down. The sound was like the beating of a drum, and dust flew everywhere. Father! At this point, Zhao Qixing's beautiful dream was shattered, and he instantly woke up. He rushed over with a sorrowful roar, but Zhao Zhongxing was already dead. You murderer! How dare you kill my father? Zhao Qixing glared at Chenzong with his scarlet eyes. His hatred was bone deep. I'll kill you. Even so, Zhao Qixing didn't move, because a sword as cold as water was placed in front of him. Nephew, why are you doing this? Feng Pingxing's expression was ugly. The others also had ugly expressions. After all, Zhao Zhongxing was a member of the Seven Swords Towers, and not an ordinary member, but a great deacon. The Seven Swords Towers had 7 Tower Masters and 7 great deacons. The death of any one of them was no small matter. Zhao Qixing, tell me everything you know. If you don't, I'll chop off your fingers and toes one by one. I'll chop off your arms and legs one by one. I'll cut off your mouth, nose, and ears one by one. I'll turn you into a human rod and throw you into a jar. You'll beg for death." Shenzong didn't answer Feng Pingxing's question. Instead, he spoke to Zhao Qixing. His tone was indifferent, and under the influence of his powerful soul, it directly pressured Zhao Qixing's mind. He spoke ruthless words with a calm tone, but it was imperceptibly mixed with a powerful soul, directly pressuring Zhao Qixing's mind. This method could only be resisted by someone with a strong will and a strong soul. Obviously, Zhao Qixing didn't have that. Not to mention Zhao Qixing, even the people around, such as experts like Feng Pingxing, couldn't help but feel their scalps go numb, and a chill ran down their spines. It was as if this would really happen. Zhao Qixing was so scared that he wet himself, and the smell of urine made people frown. "No, I don't want to be made into a human stick," Zhao Qixing cried. A moment ago, he was full of hatred and wanted to fight Shenzong to the death, but in the next moment his tears and snot were flying everywhere. His mind and will had been defeated by Shenzong's words. "Speak." That one word was like a clap of thunder. "I'll speak. I'll tell you everything. It was my father who hired assassins to get rid of you. As long as you're dead, the position of the master of the Seven Swords Towers will be in my father's pocket. Everything that Qin Jinghong left behind will also be ours, and Qin Xinyao will also become my woman." Zhao Qixing, who was scared out of his wits, blurted everything out, but before he could finish, the White Hong sword had already pierced through his throat, killing him instantly. The 6 tower masters, including Feng Pingxing, and the other deacons were all incomparably shocked, especially Feng Pingxing. His face was so cold that it made people's hearts tremble. From Zhao Zhongxing's reaction and Zhao Qixing's words, they could confirm that it was indeed Zhao Zhongxing who hired assassins from the Black Slaughter Tower to kill Qin Qingzong. With that, he would have a great chance of becoming the master of the Seven Swords Towers, and then obtain everything that Qin Jinghong left behind: the White Hong sword, the Flying Hong sword style, and so on. Other than that, there was another point. Qinzong's decisiveness and arrogance made Feng Pingxing feel that his dignity had been damaged, but he couldn't do anything about it. Zhao Zhongxing and his son were greedy wolves, and they deserved to die. However, this news must be sealed and must not be spread. Feng Pingxing suppressed the dissatisfaction and anger in his heart, took a deep breath, and solemnly announced, "Qin Qingzong has outstanding talent and strength, and he has the qualifications and ability to become the master of the Seven Swords Towers. What do you all think?" "Good." Lu Qingyi nodded in agreement without hesitation. "It's not bad to be able to kill Zhao Zhongxing. He can be exempted from the test," said the master of the Second Sword Tower. Chapter 952. "Nephew, aren't you afraid that you don't have enough evidence?" Lu Qingyi asked. "If I'm certain, why would I need evidence?" Shenzong's answer was intermittent and direct, like a sharp sword that had been unsheathed, and it was clear what was right and wrong, causing Lu Qingyi to be stunned. His entire body trembled unconsciously, and he felt an indescribable feeling of terror that felt like cold lightning was flowing through his entire body. Lu Qingyi vaguely felt that his words contained some kind of swordsmanship principle, but he couldn't see through it clearly. That, "Nephew, if Zhao Qixing didn't say anything, would you really have cut him into a human stick?" Lu Qingyi asked again, subconsciously being careful. Killing someone was nothing, but cutting him into a human stick and torturing him day and night was too cruel. "Uncle Lu, what do you think?" Shenzong asked with a smile. He left with Qin Xinyao and the urn containing Qin Jinghong's ashes. From then on, Shenzong was the master of the Seven Swords Towers. "Brother, if Zhao Qixing didn't say anything, would you really have done that?" Qin Xinyao couldn't help but ask. Killing and being killed were normal for cultivators, just like eating and drinking. But for people who couldn't cultivate, it was more or less cruel. Cutting someone into a human stick and torturing him day and night was even more cruel. Qin Xinyao didn't want her family to become that kind of person. "Of course not. I was just scaring him. Who knew that he would be so cowardly?" Zong said with a smile. What he said was the truth. I knew you wouldn't. Hearing Zong's answer with her own ears, Chen Qingyao subconsciously let out a sigh of relief. Sister, in the future, I still need you to help me deal with the affairs of the Sword Tower. Zong changed the topic. Chen Zhenghong was dead, and the living couldn't be immersed in sorrow. Diverting attention was also an effective method. The one who killed Chen Zhenghong was Taigang Sec's second elder, Iron Mountain Sword, Shang Zhonglei. The instigator was Family Mo's third elder, Mo Jihong. Both of them must die. However, Family Mo was a powerful two-star organization on par with the Seven Swords Towers, while Taigang Sect was an even more powerful three-star organization with many experts. Killing them would mean facing the wrath of these two organizations. Only by being strong enough could one be fearless of revenge. His cultivation was at the transcendent realm, which wasn't low. He also had his spiritual sense and powerful soul, which gave him an advantage over the Foundation establishment realm. The only thing he lacked was his cultivation. His cultivation had reached the 5th level of the Earth's spirit realm in his past life, and he'd also practiced the art of body refinement. He'd also had the formless sword energy from the first 3 transformations of the mind, so his strength had been exceedingly strong. He didn't possess such strength in this life, but Zong felt that his cultivation in this life had more potential. He'd also tried the first 3 transformations of the mind, but it felt different from his past life. Plus, the difference in strength between the 3 was too great, so the results weren't obvious. For now, I should focus on improving my cultivation. I wonder if there's any body refinement in this world? In his room, Zong muttered to himself in a voice that only he could hear. With a clear mind and sharp thoughts, Zong made plans and goals for his future cultivation. I've reached the realm, but I'm lacking enough strength to improve my cultivation. Tomorrow, I'll go buy some pills for cultivation and improve my cultivation as soon as possible. As for now, it's time to accept the true inheritance of the Heart Sword Seal. The Heart Sword Path wasn't the true inheritance of the Heart Sword Seal. It was only the tip of the iceberg, and Zong only knew about it now. Late at night, Zong still couldn't sleep. He sat cross-legged on his bed, and his breathing became long. His consciousness sank into his knowledge sea and touched the light left behind by the Heart Sword Seal. The light was touched. It trembled, and divine light shone brightly. In a trance, Zong came to a boundless void. The void was filled with stars, and it was like the boundless universe. A figure walked over from the boundless void as if he was taking a stroll. With every step, he left countless stars behind him. He was tall and had broad shoulders, and a long sword hung at his waist. He was bathed in endless starlight, and he looked ahead towards the end of the universe. This figure was mysterious, deep, vicissitudes, and ancient. All the mysteries flashed and disappeared from his body. Immediately, his eyes moved horizontally and landed on Zong. What a pair of eyes! It was indescribable. They could see through the void, see through time, and see through all the secrets in the depths of Zong's soul. Vaguely, Zong seemed to see the other party smiling at him. I've long abandoned my name. I call myself the Heart Sword Immortal. When I reached the top, some people called me the Heart Sword Sage. Zong realized that he couldn't open his mouth to speak. He could only listen. He heard every word clearly, as if they were branded into his soul. I cultivate the sword because of my heart. I can kill Foundation establishment cultivators, transcendents, and saints. I can kill supreme saints with one sword. I'm called the Saint. I'm at the top of the holy world, and I'm invincible with my sword. But that's not what I'm after. Zong heard the loneliness in his voice. It was a loneliness that came from the bottom of his heart. It seemed that reaching the top of the holy world wasn't an honor. I cultivate the sword because I want to transcend. I want to transcend the earth and the sky. I heard that above the saint path is God. I cultivate the sword because I want to connect with God. My sword can connect with God, saint path. God. Zong couldn't understand. He only felt that it was unfathomable, and he didn't know how far it was beyond his knowledge. In short, it sounded very powerful and infinitely high. The figure pulled out his sword and stabbed out. It came from his heart. The sword style was free and unrestrained. The sword momentum was harmonious, as if it was synchronized with the void of the universe. From pulling out the sword to attacking, the movement was simple and direct. The trajectory was clear. There was no sword light. But in the distance, a star suddenly split into two. With another point of the sword, a star in the distance exploded, turning into the most brilliant fireworks. The third sword split the endless dark void. The fourth sword was aimed at Qinzong. He couldn't dodge it. His soul was penetrated. It was as if infinite power had exploded. The ancient aura lingered and purified in it. My heart and my sword are passed on to you. From now on, they belong to you. I hope you can use your heart and your sword to step on the same path and enter the divine path. My 10,000 years of hard work will not be in vain. In an instant, countless messages burst out in his soul. Empty self-awareness. The essence is hidden in heaven. God is clear, mysterious, without thoughts, without existence, without self. The void of the universe, the mystery of the truth, boundless, endless, endless. Therefore, there is a sword. This sword rises from the heart and ends at the will. The extreme of the universe, the sword is vertical. The extreme of the universe, the sword is horizontal. The extreme of the sword is the extreme of the universe. Wherever the heart goes, the sword goes. Where the sword goes, the heart goes. I have a sword. It rises from the heart and ends at the enemy. I merge the mystery of heaven and earth with the mystery of the universe. Grass, trees, rivers, mountains, earth, sky, stars, bright moon, blazing sun. They are all in my heart, in my sword. This heart, this sword can enter the divine path. The whole thing was profound. Qinzong felt that it was incomparably mysterious. Even though his soul was strong and his comprehension was superb, he still couldn't understand it. Every sentence and word was mysterious and contained supreme mystery. Qinzong needed to comprehend it wholeheartedly. Unknowingly, the sky turned bright. Qinzong woke up from his meditation. He felt that after a night of meditation, he didn't feel tired at all. Instead, he was full of energy. Heart Sword Sutra, Qinzong murmured, but his eyes shone with incomparable sharpness. This was the true inheritance contained in the Heart Sword Seal. After a night of meditation, Qinzong still couldn't fully comprehend the Heart Sword Sutra. It was too difficult and profound. However, this was reasonable. After all, it was the work of the Heart Sword Saint, who was at the peak of the Lingwu holy world. However, after a night of meditation, Qinzong still managed to comprehend some things. He vaguely understood that the Heart Sword Sutra was not a cultivation method, nor was it a martial skill, nor was it a secret technique. It was just a type of comprehension, a type of path. There was an ancient saying that it was better to teach a man how to fish than to give him a fish. He got up, opened the door, and walked to the training field outside. The east was gradually turning white, but the surroundings were slightly dim. This was the dusk before dawn, and only the east was waiting for the sun to rise. With a move of his right hand, the great white sword was unsheathed without any pretense. He thrust the sword forward with ease, as if it was part of nature. White mist curled up around it, condensing into a mass of cloud and mist that spun at high speed like a millstone. It emitted an extremely ear-piercing sound, its momentum astonishing. Under the millstone of clouds and mist, a gust of wind blew out, surging in all directions. Dust and smoke billowed, as if this sword could grind and crush everything. Then, the cloud millstone shot out along with the sword, directly hitting the iron pillar that was a few meters away. The iron pillar was directly hit, and the terrifying sword Qi crazily twisted it. Iron shavings flew everywhere, and the iron pillar was directly broken. The broken part was covered with countless tiny sword marks, which was a shocking sight. I've grasped the martial intent of the leap of the ape and leap of the leopard, which makes my body more agile and swift. My movement technique has greatly improved. I've also comprehended the martial intent of the cloud sword art, and its power has doubled from the perfection level. Qinzong secretly said. The cultivation of martial arts was divided into entry, small success, large success, trance, and perfection. Entry was the lowest, and perfection was the highest. For the vast majority of cultivators, cultivating a martial art to perfection was already the limit. Martial intent was not something that could be achieved through hard work. Without enough perception or luck, one could only sigh. For example, Zhao Zhongxing was nearly 40 years old. He had cultivated the red refined palm for nearly 10 years and had only reached large success. The higher the level of martial arts cultivation, the more thoroughly the martial arts could display its power, and the more brilliant the development and application of one's own strength would be. However, from entry to small success to large success to trance, and trance to perfection, the increase in power was only a few percent. But with the comprehension of martial intent, the power of any move would be doubled. Martial intent represented a kind of enlightenment, a kind of realm, and an invisible willpower. It represented the complete mastery of a martial art, and all the mysteries were understood in the heart. It could stimulate the potential of a martial art to the extreme and use one's own strength to surpass the limit, greatly increasing one's power. In layman's terms, martial intent was like a strengthening state of martial arts. After comprehending martial intent, the power of every move would be doubled. However, each martial intent only corresponded to one martial art and had no effect on other martial arts. Then, Chunzong began to cultivate the flying swan sword art. After comprehending the flying swan sword art overnight, he had reached small success. Now, Chunzong wanted to promote it to large success, trance, and even perfection, and then comprehend martial intent. Chapter 953. The great white sword light was faint and ethereal. When the soaring swan sword was displayed, it was like the wings of swanbird, swift and graceful. Sword after sword was waved out. The sword light was continuous, and the sword style was seamless. Every move and style was at his fingertips, as if he had the help of the gods. This was tranquility. The sword light changed again, and there was an indescribable charm to it. It was pleasing to the eye, like a heavenly steed soaring through the skies, untraceable. This was perfection. In less than 2 hours, Chunzong had cultivated the soaring swan sword from small success to perfection. This was the highest level of martial arts. As for martial intent, it was a further comprehension after reaching perfection. Comprehending the essence and mysteries of a martial art was like experiencing the process of a predecessor creating a martial art. Every minute detail was within one's heart. Therefore, martial intent was able to dig out the potential of a martial art to the extreme, causing the power of every move and style to multiply. Because of one's own unique insights, it contained a trace of spirit and momentum that could interfere with reality. Cultivating martial arts was just like cooking and frying vegetables. From entry to perfection, one's cooking skills would go from being unfamiliar to being proficient. When one reached perfection, they would be able to create mouth-watering delicacies. However, only by having an incomparably deep and detailed understanding of the origin, growth, taste, and so on of each ingredient, having extreme grasp of each recipe, and having extreme control over one's every move, would one be able to further improve upon the original foundation, break the shackles, integrate one's own understanding, and integrate one's own spirit into one's own, and create amazing delicacies that would make people forget to return. This was martial intent. All things, all paths, in the end, all paths lead to the same destination. Martial intent needed to be comprehended, and was not the result of hard work. Chunzong did not insist. He put away his sword, washed his face, and had breakfast with his sister. Then, he walked out of the Seven Swords Towers alone. The death of Zhao Zhongxing, the great manager of the Seven Swords Towers, was no small matter. However, the news had been sealed off, so the outside world didn't know about it. The fact that Chunzong had become the master of the Seven Swords Towers hadn't been officially announced, so Chunzong's departure didn't attract much attention. There were several merchant houses in Qinglin City that specialized in trading. Chunzong bought 12 essence strengthening pills from the Jinglin merchant house. The essence strengthening pill was a mortal grade high-grade pill, and each pill was worth 10 gold taels. Qinzong planned to give the 100 gold leaves that Chen Zhenghong had left to Qin Qinyao, so he paid for the soul-strengthening elixir with primeval stones. The 3 primeval stones that Chen Zhenghong had left behind were low-grade primeval stones. Theoretically, one of them was worth 100 taels of gold, but in reality, they could be sold for 120 taels of gold, or even higher. Without strolling around, Chunzong returned to the Seven Swords Towers with the essence-strengthening pills and began to cultivate. The essence-strengthening pill was a mortal-grade, high-grade pill that was effective for mid- and late-stage foundation-building cultivators. Normally, cultivators would refine one pill before taking another, but Chunzong directly took all 12 pills. A powerful force exploded in his body and crazily attacked. Chunzong's body couldn't withstand the impact of this violent force and was torn apart. However, his spirit sense instantly suppressed the violent force and made it docile. It couldn't cause any harm to his body. The 5th layer of the white mist art was operating at full force. The white mist chi quickly absorbed the medicinal power of the 12 essence-strengthening pills and flowed through his open meridians. The medicinal power of the essence-strengthening pills continued to transform into white mist chi, increasing Chunzong's cultivation. The peak of the 6th layer of the foundation building realm. Accumulation, improvement, breakthrough. Vaguely, Chunzong seemed to hear the sound of wind and thunder coming from his meridians. The white mist chi fluctuated and contracted. Its color seemed to become purer, like silk, and tougher. The 7th layer of the foundation building realm condensed chi into thunder. At this layer, the purity of one's chi greatly increased. It became more condensed, faster, and more explosive like thunder. Therefore, the 7th layer was the late stage and the 6th layer was the mid stage. The difference was even greater. Even though his cultivation had broken through, Chunzong didn't stop. He continued to operate his cultivation method to refine and absorb the remaining medicinal power of the essence-strengthening pills. His aura rose again, and he broke through again. He only stopped when he reached the mid-stage of the 7th layer of the foundation building realm. Immediately after, a large amount of white mist chi condensed and struck the new meridians like thunder. It quickly opened up the blocked meridians. 1, 2, 3. Afterward, the white mist chi became even purer as it moved through the 3 newly open meridians. It continued to expand and strengthen the meridians, synchronizing with the original meridians. The 6th layer of the white mist art. 2 failed assassinations. According to the rules of the Black Killers, if you fail a 3rd time, the mission will be canceled. I'll go for the 3rd assassination. With your cultivation at the 9th layer of the foundation building realm, unless the opponent is at the transcendent realm. Late at night, Chunzong finished his cultivation. He spat out white mist like a sword, piercing through the night sky. Feeling the surging true chi in his body, a smile appeared on Chunzong's face. Chunzong also exchanged the remaining 2 low-grade source stones for essence-strengthening pills. He took 24 of them together. His white mist chi sword and his cultivation sword, reaching the early stage of the 8th layer of the foundation building realm. Condensed true chi. If the 7th layer of the foundation building realm pursued the ultimate power of true chi, then the 8th layer pursued the ultimate control of true chi. In addition to the breakthrough in his cultivation, the white mist technique also broke through to the final layer, the 7th layer. Chen Zhenghong had cultivated the white mist technique for more than 20 years and had only reached the 7th layer a few years ago. Compared to Chunzong, the difference was like heaven and earth. The white mist technique was divided into 7 layers. The 7th layer was the highest layer, and after that was comprehending martial intent. Martial arts had martial intent, and cultivation techniques also had martial intents. Similarly, one needed to have a comprehensive, thorough, and unique understanding of both in order to comprehend them. In most cases, cultivation techniques and martial intents were more difficult to comprehend than martial arts and martial intents, but they were also more helpful to cultivators. After all, martial arts and martial intents were very simple. Comprehending a martial intent from a martial art could only increase the power of that martial art and had no other use. However, cultivation techniques and martial intents could increase the power of cultivation techniques, making them more comprehensive. As Qinzong opened his palm, wisps of white, cloud-like silk curled around him. They moved according to Qinzong's will and condensed into the phantom of a flying bird. It gradually condensed into a lifelike bird. It actually flapped its wings and was about to soar into the sky. With another turn, the flying bird transformed into an ape. It nimbly jumped high into the air, and when it landed, the white mist tumbled and transformed into a cheetah. With a powerful soul and powerful spiritual sense, Qinzong had ultimate control over his body's strength. The white mist true qi in his palm transformed into various shapes. No matter what shape it took, they were all lifelike and lifelike, as if they were real. Suddenly, the white mist disappeared into his palm. Qinzong got up and leisurely strolled to the window. He slowly opened the window and looked at the night sky. A bright moon hung high in the sky, its cold moonlight illuminating everything. Gazing at the bright moon, Qinzong seemed to be infatuated. Suddenly, a faint shadow appeared behind Qinzong. Without a sound, a black dagger, like a fang in the night, viciously stabbed towards Qinzong's back, where his heart was. This attack was incomparably fierce, but it didn't leak the slightest bit of aura. Combined with the true qi of a ninth-layer foundation realm cultivator, it was difficult for anyone below the transcendent realm to resist. This attack had killed countless masters, and now another one was about to be added to the list. However, when the attack pierced through the opponent's body, the assassin didn't feel the slightest bit of pain. He knew that he had failed, but he didn't leave. Instead, he quickly turned around and used the black dagger to create a blade storm. His true qi erupted, and a terrifying blade qi filled the air, cutting everything in the room into pieces. A cold aura filled the room, and frost filled the air. Again, he missed. At this time, the assassin felt a sense of foreboding. Without the slightest hesitation, he immediately flew towards the open window like a ghost. "Since you've come, leave your life behind." As he approached the window, a gentle voice entered his ears. It was like a gentle breeze, like the moon, but it made the assassin feel a chill from the bottom of his heart. The chill was like a tide, instantly sweeping through his body. From the corner of his eyes, he seemed to catch a glimpse of a white sword flying through the air. At the same time, a sharp cry sounded in his ears. After a quick search, Qinzong's hand appeared a curved blade token with the words Black Kill engraved on it. According to the rules of the Black Kill Tower, they will stop after 3 failed assassinations. Qinzong put away the Black Kill token and whispered to himself, "This is the 3rd time. After this, they shouldn't try to assassinate me again." According to Lu Qingyi, the Black Kill Tower was very powerful, and there were transcendents among them. Qinzong couldn't fight against them right now. However, one day, he would definitely repay the kindness of these 3 assassinations. Regardless of whether they were paid to assassinate him, in the end, they still wanted to kill him. This was a grudge that needed to be settled. 8th layer foundation realm, invincible under the transcendence. It's time to settle the score. Looking at the bright moon outside the window, Qinzong secretly said, "The Blue Cloud sect had rules. Outer sect disciples could leave the sect for a maximum of half a month at a time. Before leaving, they had to apply for registration. After returning, they had to report. If they exceeded the time limit, they would be expelled from the sect. Only inner sect disciples were not restricted." Qinzong was very curious about the sect. In this world, the sect was supreme. If he wanted to cultivate better, he had to join the sect. Since he was already a sect disciple, he would not give up unless he had no other choice. Therefore, in half a month, he had to finish everything here and then return to the Blue Cloud sect to cultivate. It was now the 4th day of the half-a-month period. The night was still hazy, but Qinzong did not feel sleepy. He also did not cultivate. Instead, he walked into the courtyard with his sword and began to practice. The sword was the white great sword, and the sword art was the flying greatsword art. He had already entered the transformation realm, and all that was left was to comprehend martial intent. Martial intent was not cultivated, but comprehended. However, it could be comprehended with the help of sword practice, making it twice the result with half the effort. The mystery of the flying swan's sword art had long been comprehended by Chunzong. Now, he was at the final step. One move after another was performed under the sword. Body and hand as one, hand and sword as one. The sword was the person, and the person was the sword. After 3 rounds of sword practice, the white swan's sword paused in midair, as if it had not yet been released. Then, the sword pierced through the air. A sharp sound rang out. One could vaguely see a bird flapping its wings and tearing through the sky. Its posture was light and agile. Its speed was as fast as the wind, and its momentum was as fierce as thunder. The bricks of the courtyard were torn apart by the terrifying aura. A thick iron pillar 5 meters away was bombarded and instantly cut in half. It was like a sharp blade cutting through thin paper. It was indescribably easy. The cut was as smooth as a mirror, reflecting the white light of dawn. Chapter 9:54. It was a gloomy day with dark clouds coming from the west. Chunzong chewed and swallowed slowly as he savored the 5-flavor porridge that his sister Chun Qinyao had meticulously cooked for him. It was made by simmering 5 types of ingredients in proportion. When it entered his mouth, it was fragrant, rich, saucy, herbal, and spicy. Not only did it have a unique texture, but it also had the effect of calming the mind and nourishing the qi in blood. Chunzong was satisfied after eating a large bowl of 5-flavored congee and 2 palm-sized pancakes that were crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. Sister, your cooking skills are getting better and better. Chunzong wasn't stingy with his praise. As long as you like it. Chun Qinyao smiled, as if she had walked out of the sadness of Chun Zhenghong's death. Sister, do you like the life in 7 Swords Towers? Chunzong asked again. Didn't father already arrange it? Chun Qinyao asked back. Although her body was weak and couldn't cultivate, she was naturally intelligent. Chunzong nodded, got up, and said goodbye to Chun Qinyao. Family Mo's mansion was located in the southwest of Qinglin City. It was one of the 3 2-star forces in Qinglin City, on par with the 7 Swords Towers and the Black Tiger Gang. It had nearly 100 years of history. Half of the restaurants in Qinglin City were owned by Family Mo, and many of the shops were also controlled by Family Mo. As an elder of Family Mo, not only did he have extraordinary cultivation and strength, but he also had a high status and power. Mo Jihong was 41 years old this year, and his cultivation had reached the mid-9th layer of the foundation realm. He had practiced the sword for many years, and his swordsmanship was superb. He was used to practicing early in the morning, and after practice, he would personally brew a pot of copper mountain tea and savor it. The color of the tea was as dark as copper and contained a trace of simplicity. Mo Jihong slowly picked up the teacup, closed his eyes, and gently inhaled. A rich fragrance entered his nose and filled his chest. This tea requires half a year's worth of effort from picking to frying it. It also needs to be stored in a dry and cold place for 3 years before it can be steeped in boiling water. During the steeping process, one has to pay particular attention to the technique. Mo Jihong took a light sip. His mouth was filled with a rich fragrance, and there was even a hint of floating in the air. His whole body felt warm and comfortable. This tea can strengthen one's muscles and bones if taken regularly. Third Elder. Third Elder. A voice came from outside, sounding slightly panicked. What's the matter? Mo Jihong frowned and put down the teacup with a displeased expression. There was a hint of anger in his voice. Third Elder. The person shrank back, but continued. The 7th Tower Master of the 7 Swords Towers has come to visit. 7th House Head. Isn't Chun Zhenghong already dead? Who is the new Tower Master? Mo Jihong was startled. He immediately stood up and sat down again. Invite him in. Not long after, a figure dressed in green walked in with a long sword at his waist. It was as if he was taking a leisurely stroll in a courtyard. This, Mo Jihong was startled. The person who came looked too young, only about 15 or 16 years old. However, he could vaguely make out Chun Jinghong's silhouette from his brows. A thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Could it be that you are Brother Jinghong's son, nephew Qinqingzong, who is a disciple of the Blue Cloud sect? Mo Jihong was the first to speak. He had already confirmed that the young man in green in front of him was Qinqingzong, Qin Jinghong's son. The moment he spoke, he positioned himself as Qin Jinghong's good friend and considered himself as his elder. It had to be said that Mo Jihong's thoughts moved very quickly. He was experienced and astute. May I know the reason why nephew has come to visit? If it was a normal 15-year-old youth without much experience, he might have been led into the rhythm and felt restrained. However, Qinqingzong was not. My heart is like a sword. My will is like a sword. Its sharpness is unstoppable. All lies are like bubbles and shadows. I am Qinqingzong, son of Qin Jinghong. I am a master of the Seven Swords Towers and the Seventh Swords Towers. Qinqingzong spoke neither slowly nor quickly. His voice was as sonorous as a sword. His sharp eyes stared at Mo Jihong, causing Mo Jihong to narrow his eyes. His heart trembled, and he felt a trace of fear for no reason. Today, I have come to settle a grudge for my father. In other words, I have come to kill you. Grudge? Kill me? Mo Jihong's eyelids twitched unconsciously. The trace of fear in his heart became more and more intense. Immediately, he put on an aggrieved expression. Nephew, I do have some conflicts with Jinghong. However, that is just a competition between us. There is no grudge. Do you think that Jinghong's death was caused by me? If it wasn't for your instigation, my father wouldn't have suffered this calamity. After Qinqingzong spoke, his right hand grasped the hilt of his sword. The white grand sword was slowly unsheathed, causing Mo Jihong's pupils to shrink. Nephew, just as Mo Jihong was about to open his mouth to explain, Qinqingzong's sword had already pierced through the air. The sharp sound of the sword was ear-piercing. Mo Jihong was, after all, a ninth-layer Foundation Realm expert. He had practiced the sword for many years, so his reaction was very fast. He took a step back as if he was gliding on water, but many thoughts flashed through his mind. Qinqingzong had inherited Qin Jinghong's position in charge of the Seven Swords Towers. He had an important role in the Seven Swords Towers. If he died here, the Seven Swords Towers would be angry. The first house master of the Seven Swords Towers was the #1 expert in Qinglin City. If he was angry, the family Mo would suffer a great loss. Although the family Mo really wanted the Seven Swords Towers and the Black Tiger Gang to disappear, they couldn't directly reveal this matter. They had to slowly plan in secret and wait for the best time to act. However, after exchanging a few moves, Mo Jihong found that his opponent's sword technique was superb. Every strike brought him great pressure. If he was careless, he would die. Since you're seeking your own death, then don't blame me. Mo Jihong secretly thought. His killing intent surged as he suddenly changed from defense to offense. His sword was as sharp as an eagle's. The sword technique Mo Jihong cultivated was Family Mo's Heavenly Eagle sword technique, which was also a high-grade mortal-level sword technique. The Heavenly Eagle sword technique, which was at the transcendent stage, was executed. Every strike was like an eagle's claw and beak. It was incomparably sharp, and the sword energy was fierce. Mo Jihong used 100% of his true force to execute the Heavenly Eagle sword technique. His first counterattack was a killing move. His sword pierced through the sky like an eagle descending from the sky. His killing intent was unparalleled. Under the sword energy, countless sword marks were left on the hard ground. It was a shocking sight. The cloud scraping sword technique. The cloud scraping sword technique. The cloud scraping sword technique was a sword technique that was both offensive and defensive. Its powerful rotation was able to dissolve the enemy's attack, and then use its astonishing rotational force to kill. Under Chunzong's display, its power was amazing. Immediately, the power of Mo Jihong's sword was completely dissolved, and he was able to counterattack. Mo Jihong was shocked. Just as he was about to change his move, he heard a voice that was as light as the wind, as ethereal as the clouds. You are the main culprit behind my father's death. Today, I will use my father's Soaring Swan sword technique to kill you. Soaring Swan traceless. There was no sword blade, no sword light, as if it were invisible and without a trace. This was the Soaring Swan martial intense, Soaring Swan traceless. It was impossible to defend against this sword. Sweeping past, Shenzong appeared behind Mo Jihong. The white swan sword slowly returned to its scabbard, and the sound of the sword blade and scabbard rubbing against each other was pleasing to the ear. Mo Jihong maintained the momentum of his sword, but his body was as motionless as a statue. His eyes were fixed in front of him, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. A scarlet mark gradually appeared on his throat. After killing Mo Jihong with a single sword strike, Shenzong turned around and walked past him. As for the storage ring on Mo Jihong's finger and the sword in his hand, he did not touch them. He had come here to settle a grudge. If he took the storage ring and the sword from Mo Jihong's body, it would be a different story. Shenzong did not care about himself, but he had come here as the master of the Seven Swords Towers. If he took away Mo Jihong's belongings, it would undoubtedly bring trouble to the Seven Swords Towers. There were some things that could be done, but there were others that needed to be restrained. As the third elder of the family Mo Jihong had his own residence. In addition, there was no one else in the courtyard, so his death was not known to anyone else. It was not until Shenzong left that someone entered the courtyard and discovered Mo Jihong's body and alerted the family Mo. "Speak, what's going on?" The head of the family Mo was furious. On both sides of him were the first, second, and fourth elders of the family Mo. There was a person kneeling before them. It was someone from the third elder's residence. Previously, someone claimed to be the master of the seventh tower of the Seven Sword Tower, and he came to pay a visit to the third elder. That person's body was trembling in fear, and he could not speak fluently. However, he still managed to explain everything clearly. As for the battle that happened after that, he did not know. After all, the battle was too short from start to finish. The previous master of the Seven Swords Towers was Chun Zhenghong. "Who's the new master?" The fourth elder asked doubtfully. The Seven Swords Towers had not announced the news yet. Even within the Seven Swords Towers, only the higher-ups knew about it, let alone the outside world. It's a young man dressed in green. He looks to be around 15 or 16 years old. The person kneeling below said fearfully, "A 15 or 16-year-old youth." The elders of the family Mo were all shocked. Chun Zhenghong has a son. He should be 15 this year and entered the Blue Cloud sect as a disciple 3 years ago. It is said that he went from the third layer of the Foundation realm to the sixth layer of the Foundation realm in 3 years. His talent is not bad. If he comes back, there is a chance that he will become the new master of the Seven Swords Towers, the first elder of the family Mo said. Strength was important for the appointment of the new master of the Seven Swords Towers, but other aspects were also important, especially talent. The third elder's wound was a sword wound that killed him in one strike. Only someone stronger than the third elder could do this. No matter how talented someone at the sixth layer of the Foundation realm is, he is not the third elder's match. The second elder's expression was gloomy and his voice was filled with killing intent because he was the third elder's brother. Someone else must have done it. Perhaps it was Feng Pingshen. No matter what, he dared to kill family Mo's elder. This is a great hatred that must be avenged. The head of the family Mo made the final decision. First elder, second elder, the two of you will go to the Seven Swords Towers and seek justice for the third elder. The head of the family Mo was furious, but he also knew that now was not the time to start a war with the Seven Swords Towers. Otherwise, even if they could defeat the Seven Swords Towers in the end, they would suffer heavy losses. The Black Tiger Gang was not to be trifled with. However, the third elder of the family Mo was killed, and the clues pointed to the Seven Swords Towers. They had to seek justice, and they had to do it beautifully. They had to suppress the Seven Swords Towers' reputation and strengthen family Mo's reputation. The first and second elders of the family Mo immediately left the family Mo and headed toward the Seven Swords Towers. After killing Mo Jihong, Chun Zong felt refreshed. This was a feeling brought about by Chun Qingzong's soul. Mo Jihong is the instigator, And now that he is dead, the only one left is the Taigang Sect's Iron Mountain sword, Shang Zhonglei. Qinzong thought to himself as he walked toward the Seven Swords Towers. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.